Naruto Rinnegan Chronicles by Red Rover 117. Part 2. Fire Country Konoha. Night had fallen on the village, and the only sound that could be heard were the crickets in the bushes. Naruto was sitting at a bench in the middle of the silent street with an ice cream bar in his hand. Tears streamed down his face, but he paid them no heed as he stared at the ice cream he held in his hand. "There you are, Naruto." He looked up and saw Yujito approach. He wiped his eyes as she sat down beside him. "You're a hard man to find. I wanted him to keep watching over me, wanted him to see me become Hokage. He was my godfather, but I always thought of him as my own grandfather," Naruto choked out. She pulled him into a hug as he cried yet again, "It's okay, it's okay." Why did this have to happen?" he asked her. I don't know, Yujito answered truthfully as she felt him shake. "It'll kill him. I won't stop until he pays for what he's done," Naruto vowed. Naruto, she thought as he continued to cry in her arms. It was going to be a long night. Rain Country AIM Akatsuki headquarters. "Did you recover his ring?" Pain questioned. Black Zetsu snorted at the question. "What ring?" There was nothing left of it to recover after his battle with the Kyuubi Jinchuuriki. "This is troubling news," Pain began. "Itachi, Kisame, you two are to hunt the Kyuubi and the Nibi. With Jiraiya now dead, they will be vulnerable and they won't be expecting an attack so soon. Kakuzu and Haiden will hunt the Yondaime and the Gobi after we seal the Nanabi. Konan and I will personally deal with the Hachibi," Pain finished. "What about the Sanbai?" White Zetsu asked simply. "Tobi will deal with the Sanbai. It doesn't have a Jinchuuriki, so it will be weaker than the others," Pain reasoned. "Oh man, you're sending Tobi? Are you mad?" Black Zetsu asked in disbelief. "Oh, don't be like that. After all, Tobi is a good boy," White Zetsu said simply. Everyone turned to the mask-wearing Akatsuki member and saw him standing on one of the other fingers' platforms, completely motionless like a statue. He snored. "I think he's asleep," Kisame laughed. I think he's utterly mad," White Zetsu commented. "Geez, what was your first clue?" "The guy is clearly bonkers," Black Zetsu retorted. "You have your assignments dismissed," Pain ordered, and the holograms of the other Akatsuki members disappeared one by one until only Tobi remained. "I thought I would be the one to hunt the Kyuubi and the Nibi." "Why do you want them to go instead?" "Because I want you to hunt the Hachibi," Tobi replied simply with none of his regular light-hearted attitude. "Why don't you go yourself?" Pain asked. "Because I have a prior engagement," Tobi said and turned to leave. "The time is not yet right to show them the Uchiha's power. My power, the power of Uchiha Madara." Fire Country Konoha Namake's household. The family home of his parents was the place Namake's Naruto had moved into once he unsealed all of his things from his travels. The entire area had been riddled with security seals of all kinds, some of which took even Jiraiya hours to finally crack. Once the seals were finally out of the way, Naruto had actually managed to find a photo of his parents which now lay beside the king-sized bed. He had also found his parents' armory, if that's what you could call it. Below the house was a network of tunnels reinforced with several sheets of metal and was filled with hundreds of different weapons and seals. There were thousands of Eurasian kunai in storage just waiting to be used, and the seals, to be honest, he wasn't even sure what half of them did. The morning sun shone into the main bedroom of the house, and Naruto let out a groan as he tried to shift away from the light. His eyes fluttered open and he felt a weight on his chest. He looked down and gave another groan when he saw Yujito's head using his chest as a pillow. They were both fully clothed, however, so he knew that nothing happened last night, but he couldn't remember getting home, so he simply assumed that Yujito somehow carried him in. "Morning," Yujito rose her to look at him. "Morning," he smiled back. "Are you okay?" she asked him. "No," he answered simply. "I hate doing nothing. I need to confront him. I need to confront Pain." Naruto, she trailed off, not knowing what to say. Knock knock. "It's Shikamaru," Yujito told him, having sensed the Nara at the front door. Naruto nodded and rose from the bed. Yujito gave an audible groan as she felt him leave her side. Naruto exited the room and descended the stairs, reaching the door within moments. He opened it and saw a rather disheveled Shikamaru standing at his door. "What is it, Shikamaru?" Naruto asked him. "Can I come in?" the Nara asked. Naruto nodded and stepped aside to allow him entry. He closed the door behind them and they made their way into the kitchen. Shikamaru sat down at the kitchen table and Naruto moved over to the fridge. "Can I get you anything?" Naruto asked him, looking over his shoulder. "No thank you," the Nara replied politely as Naruto grabbed a drink. "Why are you here, Shikamaru?" Naruto asked outright as he sat down also. "I want to know everything I can about pain. The best place to start are the only other Rinnegan users we know of. That means you," Shikamaru stated clearly. "Well, the Rinnegan allows its user to manipulate all 5 main elements as well as the wood element since the Senju got that little trick from the Rakuto Sennin. We are also able to absorb chakra directly through our hands, making ninjutsu all but useless given the situation, and we have the Yamanaka's ability to probe minds when we grab them by the head. Other than that I have no idea," Naruto answered honestly. "What about being able to be 6 people at once?" Shikamaru asked him. "Well, I'm able to see what my clones are doing if I make them when my Rinnegan is active, but Ero Sennin once told me that the human mind can't handle the information from more than one set of eyes at the same time." "I'm not sure how pain is 6 people," the blonde replied. "I understand," Shikamaru said with a nod. "I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful," Naruto apologized. "Don't worry, I think that's more than enough," Shikamaru said as he stood once more. "Before I forget, Hokage-sama wants to see you in his office right away," he mentioned. Naruto nodded as he escorted him to the door. "Alright, I'll see you around, Shikamaru." Before Shikamaru closed the door he turned slightly and said, "The day will come when we surpass those who came before us. Jiraiya-sama was a great man, Naruto. From what I've seen, you will soon surpass him." He closed the door behind him as he left. Naruto just stared for a good few minutes before turning and seeing Yujito slowly walk down the stairs. "What are you going to do?" she asked him. Naruto thought about it for a few more seconds before giving his answer. "I need to meet with Hokage-sensei. Fire Country Konoha Hokage Tower." Ero Sennin's code said that the real one is not there. What if he meant the real pain wasn't among the 6 bodies? Naruto asked those that had gathered. "There were only 6 people with the Rinnegan that we saw, Naruto Boya," Fukasaku responded. "And the first shinobi was called the Rakuto Sennin. I think those bodies that Ero Sennin and you fought were Pain's paths," Naruto continued. "They did call themselves the Pain Rakuto," Fukasaku mused. "That still doesn't explain how he is 6 different people though. It's the same with me and my shadow clones, but instead of dispelling like mine, he keeps them active all the time. I don't know how he makes them, but I doubt it's that much different from me," Naruto explained. Shadow clones. Jiraiya Boya recognized a few of the bodies as people he had fought before. If what you say is true, then he may be able to reanimate and control a corpse. That would explain how he was able to resurrect 3 of his bodies after they were killed by Jiraiya Boya, Fukasaku mused. He turned and asked the question, "How did you come to this theory?" "When I create a shadow clone with my Rinnegan active, they get it too. It allows me to take direct control of the clone while I maintain control of my own body. I've never gotten used to looking in more than one direction at once. It's the reason I don't do Kage Bunshin no Jutsu on a large scale as often as I did before, because Ero Sennin warned me that the human mind isn't capable of processing so much information at once," Naruto explained. "Pain might be using something similar with his 6 paths. They only demonstrated 1 jutsu each though," Fukasaku said confused. "Shizen-san is already going over the body that Jiraiya-sama recovered," Kakashi spoke clearly. "Maybe once we find out how they work we will be able to fight this bastard." Teiuya's grin was worthy of Anko's praise. "Don't get ahead of yourself. None of you are even close to matching Pain right now. The only one who might have a chance is Tsunade-san, and even then that chance is small." Fukasaku snorted at the very idea. Pain was able to defeat Jiraiya, who despite being considered a failure was the strongest shinobi Konoha had since his student the Yondaime Hokage died in battle against the Kyuubi. Tsunade might be able to hold Pain off for a while, but she would ultimately lose, and though Kakashi was a strong Hokage, he knew he was nowhere near Jiraiya's level. "So what do we do then? Just wait for the bastards to attack us?" Naruto asked angrily. "That's simple, you all train," Fukasaku replied with a smirk. "And you Naruto will be coming with me." That surprised everyone in the room. "With you?" Naruto asked the Toad Elder. "I'll train you in Senjutsu on Mount Myobokuzen the same way I hammered it into Jiraiya Boya." A smirk somehow managed to settle onto Fukasaku's features. Will it let me win against pain? Naruto asked him after a moment. That I can't guarantee, but right now you don't have a chance at all, Fukasaku told the blonde Namikaze. Count me in, Naruto replied. Then we leave in an hour. You'd better go pack, Fukasaku told him with a nod. Fire Country Konoha main gates. Don't worry about us, we'll be fine. We've got our own training to do, you know, Yujito said as Naruto pulled her into a tight hug. I'll be back soon, Yujito, he told her as he pulled away. As soon as we have any results from the autopsy or the interrogation, we'll send word, Kakashi told them. I'll leave a messenger toad, so if anything happens just send him to get us, Fukasaku said with a nod. Don't worry, little brother, we'll keep this shithole together until you get back, Tayuya said a little too cheerfully. Right, Naruto deadpanned and shook his head. We really must be going until we meet again. The moment Fukasaku finished, both he and Naruto disappeared in separate poofs of smoke. They vanished? Tayuya said in alarm. It's a Gyakukuchios no Jetsu, don't worry about it, Yujito told her. You two will meet me at Training Ground 7 in 20 minutes because I'm going to be training you both personally, Kakashi told them. What about Dickman here? Tayuya asked, pointing her thumb at the smiling Rude Umbu beside them. I am afraid I will be on a mission for Danzo-sama during this time, Sai replied simply. Kakashi paid him no heed as he started down the street with his book in hand. No one could have predicted what would happen over the following week. Kuchios no Jutsu. Pandemonium reigned as 6 large animals of various species destroyed everything and everyone they could find. Kumo civilians were running away from the rampage as buildings, shops, and spires were left in ruins in the wake of these walking juggernauts. In the center of this mess were 3 figures with orange hair, and they all wore black cloaks with red clouds on them. They didn't seem to care about the destruction the summons were causing as they proceeded towards the Reikage Tower at a walking pace. A pair of Kumo nins appeared out of nowhere and tried to attack the man in the center of the 3, only for the ground to crack around them. Shinra Tensei, Deva whispered, and the nins coughed up blood for a moment before falling to the ground, obviously dead. Rantun Raiza Sakasu. A dozen beams of light shot out from the side as Darui landed in the street with Shur at his side. Fujitsu Kyuin, Preta said as the beams dissipated upon contact with him. Who the hell are these guys? Omui asked as he came in from the side and swung his sword. Deva pulled out a chakra blade from his cloak and parried the blow effortlessly just as Karui came at him from behind. Kuchios no Jutsu, Animal said calmly as she slapped her hand on the ground and summoned a large bird-like creature to attack. The bird knocked Karui away as Deva spun swiftly and delivered a kick to Omui's chest, knocking him back also. Just then Samui attacked from above, swung her own sword down on the Deva path, but alas, he was already prepared. Shinra Tensei, she was thrown back through one of the buildings nearby with thunderous force, and the entire complex soon fell. Samui! Omui called as the building crumbled. The 3 pains continued on their way towards the Reikage Tower, seemingly uncaring about anyone that stood in their way. You bastard! Omui charged with his weapon in hand. Omui, don't! Karui shouted to him, but it was already too late. Without even looking back, Deva whispered the words, Shinra Tensei. Pain flooded Omui's body as the ground cracked around him. He fell to his knees a moment later, coughing blood into his hands. Omui! Karui shouted as she saw him fall. And the 3 pains never looked back. While the others were causing the distraction, the human path made his way through the village undetected. It was here that he found his target. Jei turned quickly and his eyes widened as Human grabbed his head with his right hand. You will tell me where the Hachibi is located, Human spoke simply as Jei's eyes glazed over. It took only a moment to access the desired information from his mind. Storm Cloud Ravine. Kuchios no Jutsu, Animal called out softly, and in a poof of smoke the Azura path appeared on the battlefield. Azura's head opened to reveal that it wasn't even remotely human at all. The skull, if that's what you can call it, glowed green for a second, and a split second later buildings were knocked down by the force of the large multi-directional green flames Azura unleashed. The force of the blast was heard across the entire village, and after a moment's silence reigned across the battlefield. They kept walking. Jiriken Darapu. A figure blurred into existence faster than the paths could realize. Instantly Deva was destroyed under the assault of the much larger Yondaime Reikage. You will not get away with attacking my village, you little ants. Ashura simply watched on and fired a volley of missiles from his wrists. The Raikage evaded them all with his superior speed and moved in close only to be surprised by Ashura's tail that tried to slash at him. You clearly do not understand pain, Preta spoke in a gruff voice. You trifle with powers that you do not understand, and that will be your undoing. Don't you dare think you can lecture me, the Raikage growled at him. That's when he saw the Dijitsu the Akatsuki leader had. You have the Rinnegan? I want you to feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain. To know pain, those who do not know true pain will never understand true peace. A second later Preta, Deva, and Ashura disappeared in poofs of smoke. Animal had already left as soon as the Raikage arrived. Coward, what are you planning? The Raikage growled and turned as Ashura arrived. He's gone, sir. It looks like they're retreating to the downtown area, Ashura reported, having sensed the direction the chakra signatures were going. I want that thing dead, the Raikage declared with anger in his voice, and he took off after pain. Kuchios no Jutsu, Animal whispered as she slammed her hand down on the ground, and the other 5 paths appeared at her side. Immediately Naraka got to work on repairing and reconstructing the down paths. Just then Conan appeared at his side with her cloak flapping in the wind. What's going on? The blue-haired girl asked. I'm using that jutsu, Animal replied simply. But that jutsu will shorten your life if you use it, Conan tried to reason with them. Just then Deva exited the King of Hell completely repaired. Do you really mean to do this, Nagato? Now this world shall know pain, was his answer. Just then the Raikage arrived and Deva jumped high into the air above the village. What is he planning? The Raikage asked in thought as he saw the Akatsuki leader float in midair. I can feel a large buildup of chakra coming from him, Ashura informed him as the other pains became lifeless. The Raikage's eyes widened at this. No. Shinra Tensei. Buildings, mountains even were pushed away as pain unleashed a massive blast of gravity in all directions. Civilian and ninja alike screamed as their village was torn apart and utterly destroyed by the unstoppable force that was sent at them. After the blast died down, Kumogakure no Sato no longer existed and silence reigned supreme. It was over. Was that really necessary? Conan asked as Deva stepped up to her. Yes, he answered simply and continued walking. Conan gave a sigh before asking the question, where to now? Storm Cloud Ravine, the home of the I the Jinchuuriki, Pain answered. Lightning Country, Storm Cloud Ravine. So you are the I the Jinchuuriki, Pain stated as they approached the small house. The long dark-skinned figure looked the 2-7 over and said, Hey, it's so you are Hachibi-sama or Jinchuuriki-sama, fools, you're fools. I'm here to capture you and bring peace to the world, Pain explained as his paths fell into formation. Preta, Human, Animal and Ashura were in front with Deva behind them and Naraka at the very back. Let's see now, those eyes you have must be the Rinnegan I've heard so much about, Kurabi mused upon seeing the Dijitsu. I'm in the midst of my rhyme, you all are busting in on my time and now I got to split my line, fools you fools. Ashura threw off his Akatsuki cloak revealing a scorpion-like body and shot forward towards the I the Jinchuuriki. Kurabi saw him approach and threw his 7 swords into the air. He grabbed them all with different parts of his body, surprising the Akatsuki agents as he went on the offensive and cut down the Ashura path within moments. His kenjutsu is almost unreadable, Pain thought as Kurabi fell back into his ridiculous stance. The only one who gets to dig me is me, yo, so stand back or you'll get whacked, you fool, Kurabi rapped with a sword still in his mouth. Hachibi, that be me, the rapping killer bee, yeah. This battle you all initiated, but it'll leave you all humiliated. This Jinchuuriki isn't like the others, Conan thought as she examined the man. He acts like a complete fool, but he's definitely taking us seriously. Only Hanzo and Jiraiya-sensei have given Pain this much trouble. Tsuan Kuchios no Jutsu, Animal slammed both hands down on the ground and 2 large creatures appeared in poofs of smoke. One was a rhino and the other was a bull. They charged straight towards the I the Jinchuuriki, blowing up dust as they approached, and Kurabi narrowed his eyes slightly at the monstrosities. Yo, first I'm going to float like a butterfly, he began as he jumped over the oncoming summons and went to attack Animal directly. Animal could do nothing as she was slashed and stabbed by the barrage of attacks sent at her. Then I sting like a killer bee. Animal hit the ground with an audible thud, but Kyuubi was already upon her yet again, and I end my flow. He struck down and finished off the animal path, with the finishing blow. He's strong in close combat in a similar way to the Raikage long-range attacks are my only choice here, Pain mused as he looked over the I the Jinchuuriki. This fool's Rinnegan is a real problem, Kyuubi thought before putting his left hand up into the air and made a sign. I see it can't be helped, here comes the 8. Crimson chakra exploded from his body and condensed around him into the shape of an ox with 3 tails. So that's the Hachibi's power. His chakra levels are immense, Konan thought as she studied the chakra that clung to Kyuubi's body. Kyuubi shot forward at blinding speed and appeared in front of human faster than anyone could blink. Lariat! The I the Jinchuuriki brought his fist up and close-lined the human path. Blood exploded from human's back as Kyuubi threw him down and turned to his next target. He charged again, but this time towards Deva and Konan. This guy's strength is insane, Konan thought when she saw the third path taken down. It doesn't matter though, he will fall before Pain just like everyone else has. After all, Pain has never lost a fight. Lariat! Kyuubi called as he made to blow out Deva's insides just like he did to human. Shinra Tensei, Deva whispered, and Kyuubi's eyes widened in surprise as he was flung back effortlessly and crashed hard into the mountain behind his home. What the hell hit me? That must have been a gravity jutsu like Yujito-chan told me about. These brats are a serious pain, Kyuubi grumbled as he stood once more. Just then he saw that the 3 paths he had killed were suddenly standing upright again. What the hell? I thought I killed those guys, how'd he resurrect them like that, yo? Surrender yourself now, your death will lead to peace, Pain's voice echoed throughout the area. Shut up, you little pup. My true mode is the Biju's abode. The red chakra covered Kyuubi's body bubbled as it grew and condensed around him. Is that of a monster? See, I told ya? His chakra is impossible, Konan gulped slightly as the chakra continued to grow. A few moments later a giant ox with 8 tails tentacles stood over them. Now look upon me as I make you pee all in your pants, you little ants, the ox roared out. Pain remained impassive as he looked up at the monster in front of him, Chakra compressed into a ball at the beast's mouth as he continued, and now I will show you an Oni Jutsu. Nagato, Konan took a step back. Do not worry, Konan, Pain reassured her. I will handle this, just stay back for now. Hachabiju Imari. Kyuubi roared as he unleashed a large blast of pure chakra from the ball which obliterated the entire ravine. Shinra Tensei. Deva countered as he shielded the other paths and Konan from the blast. When the blast died down, Pain and Konan remained standing atop the water where they had been standing. That was too close, Konan exhaled. Chibaku Tensei, Deva whispered and created a small gravity ball in his hands. You don't have to go that far, Nagato, Konan told him. Would you rather I hold back? When he didn't get an answer he continued, I will be fine, Konan. He threw the gravity ball into the air above them and it started pulling the earth itself up into the sky. Eventually there was so much mass up there that it looked like a miniature moon, and even the huge Hachibi was pulled up as well. Kyuubi roared as he crashed into the artificial construct. Before he was able to stand once again he tried to break free, but more slabs of earth impacted the construct and by proxy him. Enough, Nagato, Konan said to her partner. Not yet, Deva gasped out as he tried to hold his jutsu. Kyuubi roared again as he was buried inside of the miniature moon and it suddenly crushed itself. It fell apart a moment later and crumbled to the ground in a pile of debris. In the center of this mess was a badly beaten Kyuubi who was no longer in his Biju's full form. I have captured the Hachibi, Pain stated clearly as he approached their fallen opponent. Let's hurry up and get out of here before anyone shows up, Konan said as she proceeded to wrap Kyuubi's body up in her papers for transport. Kakashi giggled as he read through his book. He had finished his paperwork for today hours ago and now had time to finish reading the new Ika Paradise novel Naruto gave him 2 months ago when he returned. Normally he'd have the book finished by the end of the first week, but the amount of paperwork coupled with the demands of the Elder Council took up most of his free time. Oh, how he missed the days when he could just take it easy. Knock knock. Kakashi sighed audibly and then turned to the door. Come in. The door exploded towards him and his reflexes instantly kicked in. Having been an UMBU captain for years, he was able to duck under his desk and recover quickly as the door flew over his head and through the window. The next thing he heard was the distinct sound of burning paper, and he flipped his table over so it was on its side and covering him from the attackers at the door. Explosions riddled the Hokage's office and flames raged for all to see. Kakashi coughed slightly as he stepped out of cover and thanked the Rakuto that he always wore a mask so he wouldn't breathe in the smoke. His attackers were gone, but he could still hear explosions and screaming coming from down the hall. So it's finally happened, Kakashi realized as the floor gave out under him. He fell and crashed into a pile of debris on the floor below. Crap, at this rate the entire building will collapse. He stood shakily and moved towards the stairs. I have to get to the roof now. He dashed up the stairs, noticing the various bodies that lay on the floor as he went. I will make you pay for this, Akatsuki. When he reached the roof, he was greeted to the sight of two figures he knew very well. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Kakashi spoke as he brought up his Itai and revealed his Sharingan. Kakashi, it's been a long time. Itachi nodded his head in respect. Where are the Kyuubi and I the Jinchuuriki? That doesn't matter, Kakashi said simply as the flames around the tower grew higher. You'll pay for what you've done here, he told the two. Tsunade-sama is no doubt at the hospital tending to the injured, and the remnants of Team Naruto are scattered. I'll just have to do this myself then, were the Hokage's thoughts as he narrowed his eyes at the Akatsuki agents. Just then a figure blurs into existence beside him. Good timing, guy. My flames of youth are burning brightly today. The green-clad Jonin declared loudly. I see you are still a moron, you dumb beast, Kisame chuckled half-heartedly. Who are you? Guy asked upon seeing the shark-like man. I'll make sure to make you remember by the time this is over, Kisame said with a grin and took off into the village with Guy right behind him. Right on Rainu, Kakashi said as he grasped his wrist and a lightning god shot out towards Itachi. Itachi easily evaded the strike and threw out his hand to the side. Utakata, he whispered, and Kakashi instantly stopped moving. I apologize, Kakashi, but this if for the greater good, he spoke as he slashed his umbu sword across Kakashi's neck. Itachi's eyes widened as Kakashi exploded into lightning and struck every nerve in Itachi's system. It is clearly a Rai-Bunshin no Jutsu. Raikiri! The real Kakashi exclaimed as he plunged his lightning-covered hand through Itachi's back, where his heart was located. Impressive, Kakashi, it is no wonder that you were made the Yondaime Hokage, Itachi said, unaffected by the fist that was protruding from his chest. Bunshin Daibakua, he whispered, and Kakashi's eyes widened as he jumped away. Itachi exploded in a blast of fire which destroyed the already unstable Hokage Tower. When it was over, Kakashi shifted slightly in the debris that was once the Hokage Tower and stood up with a wince as pain flashed through his left arm. It didn't take him long to realize that it was dislocated, and he only needed a few seconds to pop it back into place. So you survived that, Kakashi? That is impressive, but you and I both know that you cannot win here. Hand over the Kyuubi and the Nibi, and we will leave peacefully, Itachi stated calmly. You know that I will never agree to that, Itachi, Kakashi declared. So be it, Itachi finished as he drew his umbu sword to the side. Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi whispered after making a hand seal, and his Sharingan shifted into its most powerful form. That surprise flashed across Itachi's eyes for a second before he narrowed them. Kemui, Kakashi whispered. What? Itachi thought in alarm and quickly moved out of the way as time and space seemed to compress where he had stood. His sword was caught in the jutsu and crushed in a swirl of matter and air. That jutsu was. Damn it, I missed, Kakashi thought as his breathing worsened. Katan Gakaku no Jutsu, a large fireball exploded from Itachi's mouth and barreled towards Kakashi's position, burning everything in its way. Kakashi jumped high over the oncoming fireball and threw out his fist. Raiton Rainu, a lightning dog shot from his hand and descended on Itachi. It struck dead center, but Itachi poofed out of existence a moment later. Damn it, he was a clone. Just then 2 Itachis descended upon him from above as he touched back down on solid ground. It's like I'm fighting dust and echoes. Bunshin Daibakua, Kakashi's eyes widened at the words. Kemui, the Hokage whispered, and the 2 explosions that the clones created were instantly teleported to another dimension. Most impressive, Kakashi, despite not being of Uchiha blood you are still able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is truly a remarkable accomplishment, Itachi commented. Tell me, who did you kill to get that eye? He inquired. No one, a friend of mine from back during the Third Great Shinobi War, sacrificed his life to save mine, and he gave me the Sharingan as a present since he didn't have anything else to give and he had no further use for it. The Mangekyo Sharingan is unlocked when someone has a full matured Sharingan and experiences incredible guilt for something he or she has done or in my case failed to do, Kakashi stated calmly. That explains how you are able to use Kamui and I cannot. Only one other man in history has ever unlocked that specific ability, Uchiha Madara. Kakashi's eyes widened at the name. Itachi, just how much of your eyesight have you lost? Kakashi asked him, but after a few moments of silence he knew he wasn't going to get an answer. You cannot win, surrender the Jinchuuriki, or I will do what I must. Itachi gave the ultimatum. No, Kakashi answered simply. So be it. Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's eyes shifted into his own personal version of the Dijitsu. Amaterasu, black flames erupted from his eyes and shot towards the Hokage at incredible speed. With what little chakra I have left, I can't take Itachi out, and if I use that jutsu again, I will drain myself completely and without a doubt I will die. The best way I can save Konoha right now is to buy time for Naruto to return, Kakashi thought as he saw the black flames approached and the world around him seemed to slow to a crawl. Kamui, the black flames were sucked into his jutsu and disappeared as he closed his eyes slowly. Itachi bowed his head in respect as Kakashi fell lifelessly to the floor. You are a worthy opponent, Kakashi. Well, it seems this is it for me, too. Obito Rin-sensei were Kakashi's last thoughts before his eyes closed completely and forever. Katangakaku no Jutsu. A fireball descended on Itachi's position and he quickly evaded the attack as a figure touched down beside Kakashi's fallen corpse. Namikaze Tayuya, the sister of the Kyuubi Jinchuuriki, daughter of the Yondaime Hokage and fellow user to the Rinnegan. Also known as the true heir to the Whirlpool Country, Itachi stated upon recognizing her. Actually, I prefer Uzumaki Tayuya, you prick, the redhead growled at him as she checked Kakashi's for a pulse. When she found none, she glared intensely at the Uchiha mass murderer. You fucking bastard. You wish to fight? So be it, Itachi said in monotone and motioned for the come at him. Where are the Kyuubi and Nibi Jinchuuriki? He questioned. Like I tell you, bastard, the redhead growled at him and shot forward. Unknown limbo. Kakashi walked through the darkness towards the small campfire he could see in the distance along with a cluster of medium-sized rocks beside it. As he drew closer he saw a figure sitting atop one of the rocks staring into the fire and he immediately knew who it was. Kakashi? The figure called out, turning his head to watch the Kapinin approach. So this is where you were, Kakashi said as he came up beside the man and sat down on one of the other rocks. Will you tell me your tale? The figure asked. Yes, but it's a long story so I want to take my time, Kakashi sighed. The man smiled and said, yeah, that's fine. You see, father. Fire Country, Konoha downtown. Suetun Bakusui Shoha. A massive blast of water erupted from Kisame's mouth and seemed to consume a good portion of the village, forcing Guy onto the rooftops. Hold still, you dumb beast. The swordsman shouted with a grin and slid across the water. Guy dashed across the water faster than most jonin could see and intercepted the Akatsuki agent atop the water. Using his legs as leverage, he was able to knock Samehada from Kisame's grasp and kick him away while grabbing the fallen weapon. Guy jumped up with his hands grasping Samehada's handle and swung down on Kisame's position. Just before he connected, however, the handle splintered and Guy winced as his hands were stabbed and scratched by the blade, forcing him to drop it. The green-clad jonin brought out a pair of nunchaku and swung them around before assuming a stance. Samehada only allows me to use it, Kisame declared proudly as he grasped the handle of his weapon once again. He shot forward and swung down on Guy's position. Die. Such strength. Guy thought as he used his nunchaku to hold the sword away from his head. Not good enough. Kisame roared and struck down on Guy with his free arm. He's too strong. Guy yelled and thought as he fell through the water towards the street below. I haven't even gotten started yet. Kisame shouted as he quickly formed several hand seals. He slammed his fist into the water and called out, Suetun Gashokazame. Suddenly 5 sharks made out of dense water formed beneath the water and swam towards Guy. I have no choice, Guy realized and quickly crossed his arms in front of him. Chakra exploded from him in waves and destroyed the 5 water sharks instantly as he called out, Kaimon, Kumon, Simon, Shomon, Tomon, Kaimon Kai. What? Kisame exclaimed in alarm as Guy appears in front of him. Guy's battle cry is heard all across the village as he pounds the Akatsuki swordsman again and again in a blaze of power and fury. Every hit sending out a blast of fire from sheer friction of the speed involved as he continued to hammer Kisame with everything he had. Guy ended his combo with a roundhouse kick to the face of the Akatsuki agent, sending him crashing through one of the buildings below and causing it to collapse under the strain of the impact. That should do it, Guy thought as he touched down on the water once again. Suetun Daibakusui Shoha. Water exploded from where Kisame had crashed and Guy was forced to jump away yet again. What? Guy thought in alarm. Suiro Samyadori no Jutsu. The water suddenly engulfed him and everything within a mile radius in a massive dome of water. What is this? Guy asked in thought and just then caught sight of his opponent. Kisame didn't look even remotely human anymore. In fact, he resembled a shark instead of a man, and his sword was nowhere in sight. Guy appeared in front of him and delivered a punch to the shark man's jaw, but the chakra he released seemed to disappear before the impact. He's absorbing my chakra even without his sword. No, he's merged with his sword and is absorbing my chakra directly. I can't even scratch him now, Guy realized as he swam away. I must escape if I am to survive, he thought as he tried to swim to the outer edge of the dome. After a few moments he saw that the distance between himself and the end of the dome had remained the same. He's moving the dome with me. You can't escape. Even in the water he still heard Kisame's voice as he gained on the green-clad Jonin. I'm almost out of breath. I can't win, Guy realized and came to a halt before turning swiftly towards his opponent once again. Lee, I leave everything to you. May my flames of youth protect you and the village for years to come. He made a hand seal and more chakra exploded from his form. Kaiman, Shimon Kai. He exclaimed as his Boda's final gate was opened and he disappeared in a burst of speed. He slammed his fist into Kisame's face, again and again. Fire bolts blazing everywhere only to be put out by the dome of water they were fighting, and as Guy continued his assault. For just a moment he thought that the water might be blown away by his chakra, but it did not, possibly because it was saturated with large quantities of chakra. Not that that mattered now. It'll just give you a clean cut. Kisame's voice roared as he struck the weakening Guy. It was over. He was a fast, dumb beast, the swordsman chuckled as he threw the now dead body of his opponent out of the water dome. A sudden shockwave washed over him in the village, making him turn toward it. What is that? He asked in thought as he saw purple chakra spiral out from where the shockwaves were originating. Oh goody, he grinned, catching on when he saw the purple chakra condense and form the shape of a giant fire cat with 2 tails. So you must be the I the Jinchuuriki, huh? Well then why don't I cut off your legs and see exactly how many lives you have? You're going to pay for attacking this village. Yujito roared as she sent several blasts of fire at the dome, but they were put out upon impact. Here kitty, kitty, Kisame taunted as he moved the water dome towards her. Nakomata Gukakyu! Yujito exclaimed as a ball of crimson flames erupted from her mouth and exploded against the water dome in front of her. When the mist cleared, the dome was still intact. It wasn't enough. Is that the best you've got? Kisame laughed as he moved the dome towards her. Yujito jumped back, her massive cat form leveling buildings as she landed. Damn it, fine, you have the elemental advantage here, but it'll just have to overwhelm you. Her tail spanned out and 3 balls of pure red fireballs formed at the tips of each tail and in front of her mouth. Kisame's eyes widened at the sight. Oh crap. Taju Nakomata Gukakyu. The 3 balls shot forward at high speeds and quickly reached their target in a matter of seconds. They slammed into dome with incredible force before they exploded with a roar, sending a wave of heat in all directions. Buildings melted all around them and the water dome collapsed under the intense heat, which was quickly vaporizing everything it touched, leaving a battered Kisame standing in the middle of the destroyed street with his Akatsuki cloak shredded. Someone's PMSing, Kisame said, grinning madly. Fuck you, Yujito snarled with a roar. You're a little too young for me. The swordsman shot back and formed a hand seal. Suetun Dakota no Jutsu. A massive water shark exploded from the remains of the water dome and slammed into the side of Yujito's large cat form. Fuck, he got me, Yujito thought as the water she was doused with forced her to revert to her regular form. Bastard, she rasped out as she stood once again. How about I cut off your legs? Leader Sama needs you alive so you won't die, Kisame offered as he shouldered Samahata. Go fuck yourself, Yujito shot back and held up her hands to the dark clouds that had formed above. I used Nakomata Gokakyu 4 times so the air should be sufficiently charged, I hope. Now what are you doing? Kisame questioned before he heard the distinctive sound of lightning striking the earth. Raiten Kirin. Yujito called out as she brought down her jutsu. Oh crap, he muttered and looked up just in time to see a large dog-like monster made of lightning shoot down from the sky and hit the place where he stood. The resulting blast was thunderous, sending massive amounts of heat and shockwaves for 100 feet almost and melting the nearby buildings in a column of blue and white light. When the dust cleared, Yujito could be seen breathing heavily a few feet away from a bleeding but still conscious Kisame who was holding Samahata above his head. You used that damn sword of yours to defend against my jutsu. That's the source of your power, isn't it? Yujito asked, catching on. So you figured it out, huh? It's not going to help you, Kisame said, grinning as he formed another hand seal. Yujito wasn't going to give him the opportunity, however. Raiten no Yoroi. Electricity danced across her skin as she vanished in a burst of speed, surprising Kisame as she appeared in front of him. Kaizuki! She yelled as she struck her target. Heh, it looks like you were too fast for me, Kisame said, grinning as his head fell to the ground, soon followed by his now lifeless body. I need to hurry and help Tayuya, Yujito thought before she took off. Fire Country Konoha Hokage Tower Debris Field. Genjutsu won't work against this guy, so that leaves ninjutsu and taijutsu, Tayuya thought as she stared towards the Uchiha murder. Katan Gakakyu no Jutsu. Her eyes widened when she saw the large fireball barrel towards her. Oh fuck, she thought as she raised her hands towards the fireball. Shinra Tensei. The fireball dissipated just before it touched her and she quickly went on the offensive soon after. Mokutan Daijirin no Jutsu. She threw out her arm and it turned into several wooden spears which shot out towards the Uchiha mass murderer. Mokutan Jutsu? That is surprising, Itachi commented as he easily evaded the attack. However, power does not always equal strength. Uzumaki Tayuya, he finished as he landed on the rubble once more. Utakata, he whispered as he raised his hand to his side. Tayuya froze, having been caught in his genjutsu, and he quickly moved in for the kill, only for Tayuya to quickly stab her arm to break free of the illusion. You have to try better than that. The redhead shouted as she shot forward. It appears you learned some interesting tricks from Naruto-kun, Itachi responded calmly as he moved to intercept. Chidori, Tayuya called out as her right hand was encased in lightning. Kakashi's jutsu, huh? Well then, Chidori, Itachi spoke as his own left hand was encased in lightning, also to Tayuya's surprise. 3 steps away they inhaled. 2 steps away they exhaled. 1 step away they inhaled. 0 steps away they clashed. Dust was blown skyward as the pair were blown back and they each slammed into the wall that surrounded the debris of the Hokage Tower. Tayuya shakily stood and shook herself before turning her attention back to her opponent. The Uchiha was standing, seemingly uninjured, and had retained his almost bored stance with his Akatsuki cloak swaying in the wind. How the fuck do you know Chidori? The red-headed Uzumaki asked the question. I copied it from an encounter I had with my younger brother 3 years ago when we first tried to capture Naruto-kun and Yujito-chan. Sasuke doesn't concern me, however his jutsu was interesting to say the least, Itachi replied with his Sharingan spinning wildly. Fuck, if he can counter Chidori like that, then what am I supposed to do? Genjutsu is useless and my gravity jutsus won't do much against someone like him, Tayuya growled in thought as she kept her gaze away from the Uchiha Sharingan. Katano Zenka no Jutsu, she heard the whisper and saw Itachi exhale several small fireballs at her. Shit, she thought and raised her hands in front of her. Fujitsu Kyuin, she whispered, and the fireballs were absorbed by a sphere-like barrier in front of her. You are too slow, Uzumaki Tayuya, Itachi said as he appeared behind her in a burst of speed. Shinra Tensei, she turned swiftly and sent him crashing back against the wall with a deafening impact. Impressive but still useless, Itachi commented as he appeared behind her once again. The one I hit must have been a clone. Tayuya thought as she turned to face him again. Bunshin Daibakua, Itachi spoke and Tayuya's eyes widened. What? The redhead exclaimed in thought as Itachi exploded with enough force to send her crashing hard into the barrier around the ruins of the Hokage Tower. He must have been the one I hit with Shinra Tensei and had his clone getting close during my 5-second recharge time. But how would he know that weakness exactly? You have fought well, Uzumaki Tayuya, but I have experience in fighting Rinnegan users like you. I once fought Leader Sama during my initiation into Akatsuki and was soundly defeated. However, I did learn of several weaknesses in the Rinnegan which can be exploited, although Leader Sama is too strong to allow me to exploit these weaknesses. You, however, aren't. You lack experience, nothing more, Itachi stated clearly. Fuck you, the redhead rasped out. Itachi didn't say anything as he shot forward with the intent on finishing her off once and for all. The moment he was within range, however, he was blown back by a large blast of wind. Tayuya was also surprised and looked up at the figure which now stood between her and the Uchiha. Futon de Tapa, the red and orange figure, whispered the name of his jutsu. "And Naruto?" Tayuya asked in surprise upon seeing her brother. "You did well, Tayuya, you can rest now." "I've got this," Naruto told her as he kept his gaze on the Uchiha. "Naruto-kun," Itachi said in monotone. "This stops now." This isn't going to be easy, Naruto thought as he focused his gaze on the Uchiha mass murderer. A moment later, Yujito dropped down beside him. A moment later, "Naruto? You're back? Was I too late?" "No, you're just in time," Naruto replied. "I probably shouldn't bring this up, but now that I've mastered Senjutsu, I'm able to sense chakra signatures. Has Hokage-sensei gone somewhere?" Neither Yujito nor Tayuya replied to that. "Okay," Naruto said finally and clenched his fists in anger. His eyes were different. The pupil were horizontal slits while the Rinnegan circle patterns overlapped it. The outermost circle at the edge of his eyes was red while the innermost circle was yellow and the rest was the standard gray. His Rinnegan looks different from before. I still have more than enough chakra to face Naruto-kun, but I won't have enough left over if reinforcements arrive. Kisame has clearly been defeated, so my only choice is to lure him away, Itachi thought before he turned quickly. "He's getting away!" Yujito exclaimed as the Uchiha jumped over the barrier towards the eastern gate. "I'm going after him, you stay and help Tayuya." "He won't get away," Naruto told her and turned quickly. "Alright, but take Katsuya with you, she'll allow you to stay in contact with us," Yujito told him and handed him the small summon slug. "Thanks," Naruto nodded before taking off after Itachi. "This should be far enough away for us to do battle without response teams arriving too soon," Itachi thought as he stopped in a clearing in the forest west of the village. Rasengan. Naruto dropped down from above and Itachi narrowly evaded the jutsu as it struck the spot he was standing on just a moment ago. "Didn't our confrontation in Wind Country teach you anything? You cannot expect to defeat me with such direct attacks," Itachi commented as Naruto stood up straight and turned towards him slowly. "I can be any number from 1 to 1,000. Who needs to be indirect?" Naruto asked with a grin. "What happened to your Rinnegan, Naruto-kun? It seems different from before," Itachi asked, intrigued. "It's a secret," Naruto mocked and jumped high above the trees. "What is he, oh dear?" Itachi thought and dived into the ground. "Doton Mogurigakura no Jutsu," he whispered as he disappeared into the ground. Shinra Tensei. The landscape was blown away by the massive blast of gravity Naruto released. Boulders, trees, and the very earth itself were hurled through the crumbling forest as the wave of destruction washed over it until all that was left was a huge crater over 10 miles wide and 40 foot deep. Naruto landed in the center of this, his coat flapping in the wind as the dust cleared, revealing the smooth surface he had created. "Impressive, Naruto-kun," Itachi commented as he climbed out of the ground. "But undeniably reckless. Throwing that much chakra into a gravity jutsu must have exhausted your ability manipulation to gravity. It will take several minutes for you to gain control over it again, and that leaves you vulnerable. You sure know a lot about the Rinnegan, don't you?" Naruto questioned. "I once fought Leader Sama when I first joined Akatsuki. He won without a doubt, and I was clearly outmatched. However, I was able to learn several of his weaknesses," Itachi replied simply. "Well, come on then." Naruto challenged and gestured for him to attack. "My regular genjutsu aren't working on him anymore, and I don't wish to use the Mangekyo Sharingan unless I have to." I must keep to my normal jutsu for now, Itachi thought and quickly formed several hand seals. Katangakaku no Jutsu. He exhaled a large fireball at the young sage in front of him. Naruto saw it coming and quickly slammed his hand down on the ground. Doton Dorihiki no Jutsu. The earth in front of him rose up to create a barrier between him and the oncoming attack. It struck the wall a moment later, dissipating as Itachi narrowed his eyes at the lack of damage. His elemental ninjutsu is extensive, Itachi quickly analyzed. Even without his gravity jutsu, he is still able to use elements outside of his natural affinity. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence beside Naruto. Ill-ended with this, he held out his hand towards the clones and they immediately started channeling chakra. What is he doing? What are these chakra levels? Itachi thought as his Sharingan spun at the sight of the jutsu that was forming. The number of wind blades in that jutsu, is this how he defeated Orochimaru? Suddenly a bell-like screech reached his ears as he saw the chakra ball that formed in Naruto's hand suddenly sprout 4 large wind blades, making it resemble a large chakra shuriken. What a frightening sound. Futon Rinnegan. Naruto exclaimed as he twisted his body and threw the jutsu like he would a regular shuriken. He threw it? How can he hurl such high-density chakra like that? Itachi thought in alarm and moved to the side to evade the jutsu. His eyes widened as just when the jutsu was alongside him it suddenly expanded, engulfing his right arm in a ball of wind. It expanded. Itachi gave out a grunt of pain as he pulled himself free of the small hurricane and rolled across the smoother ground. The ball exploded behind him with a resounding boom before the entire crater went silent once again. Itachi quickly checked his right arm. It wasn't there anymore. That last jutsu completely ripped it apart and reduced it to atoms. Damn, I missed, Naruto said with a small grin. He was panting slightly but was otherwise pleased with the fact that he was able to destroy Uchiha Itachi's right arm. The clones beside him immediately started channeling chakra into his hand again. You can't win, Itachi. His strength, he is forcing me into a corner, Itachi realized as he heard the bell-like screech of the very dangerous jutsu that was thrown at him a moment ago. I mustn't allow him to catch me with that jutsu again. Futon Rinnegan. Naruto cried out as he hurled the chakra shuriken at him once again. I have no choice. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment and then snapped them open again to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, he whispered, and black flames erupted from his eyes. The black flames hit the chakra shuriken in the blink of an eye, pun intended, and caused it to expand prematurely before exploding a moment later. Naruto was panting hard now and his eyes had returned to their natural shape and color. Even in Sage mode, I can only do 2 Rinnegan each. I only have 4 left, Naruto thought as he tried to catch his breath. It would appear that your jutsu is worn off, Itachi commented upon seeing his opponent's muscles suddenly look like they were about to give out. Naruto didn't respond, instead forming a hand seal, Kagebunshin no Jutsu. A single clone popped into existence beside him and he handed the large scroll on his back to it. There was no reason to say the command as the clone already knew what to do and quickly unraveled the scroll as Itachi watched on curiously. I won't let you pull off any of your jutsu, Itachi said as he rushed forward with his hands suddenly encased in lightning chakra. Let's see you try and stop me. Naruto shouted back as he too shot forward with a spinning ball of chakra in his hand. Rinnegan. Chidori. The 2 clashed in the center and the 2 jutsus exploded a moment later, sending dust and mud into the air. Naruto and Itachi flew back in opposite directions with Naruto rolling across the ground to a stop and Itachi slamming through a tree. Itachi, were you always this strong? The young sage asked in thought as he shakily stood once again. Itachi stood also seemingly unharmed. He doesn't even look winded even though I sliced his arm clean off. I do not need my arms to fight you, Naruto-kun, I only need my eyes, Itachi stated clearly. Gakukuchios no Jutsu. The clone that Naruto made earlier exclaimed as he slammed his hand down on the unraveled scroll. The kanji on it lit up and another clone appeared in a poof of smoke. The 2 dispelled a moment later and the real Naruto felt the influx of sage chakra he had become used to enter his system. His eyes shifted from blue to red and yellow with horizontal slitted pupils as he settled his gaze on the Uchiha's feet so as not to get caught in his genjutsu. Come here! Naruto shouted as he shot forward at speeds that should be impossible for humans. Kawazukumite! He called out as he threw a punch at the Uchiha's head. Itachi's Sharingan followed him as he approached, and the Uchiha quickly evaded the punch. Just then, however, Itachi was blown back through a tree as he felt as if his cheek had been hit by Senju Tsunade herself. What was that? That wasn't Kyuubi's chakra, and it wasn't gravity manipulation. If I can't predict it, then I need to keep my distance, Itachi realized as he quickly recovered. Suddenly Naruto appeared above him in an instant with a massive spinning fireball in his right hand. What? Katan Dai Resenden. Naruto called out as the spinning fireball shot out towards the ground where Itachi stood. Amaterasu, black flames struck the large fireball, causing it to detonate prematurely and release a massive blast of heat and fire in all directions. Once the flames died down, Itachi had part of his cloak singed, but no serious harm besides his arm. This is getting dangerous. Katan Dai Resenden. The young sage exclaimed again and sent another spinning fireball at the Uchiha. Itachi could feel his eyes were bleeding heavily now and forced himself to evade the attack as Naruto's eyes returned to their regular form and color, signifying his sage mode had depleted again. By now both were panting hard. Naruto more so after throwing 5S rank jutsu at his opponent one after the other in quick succession. His strength has exceeded my expectations. I cannot allow him to recharge his jutsu again, Itachi thought, and his Mangekyo Sharingan spun quickly. Naruto was unfortunate enough to be caught in his eyes as he cast his most powerful genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. The world around them changed to a mix of darkness and crimson light. What do you mean Naruto is fighting Itachi alone? Shikamaru asked as the group helped injured shinobi and civilians in the damaged streets. He's asked that no one interfere, Katsuyu spoke up. He's so full of himself. This is Uchiha Itachi we're talking about. The man who wiped out an entire ninja clan in one night and just killed the Yondaime Hokage. We have to go after him, Kiba snarled out. No, Shikaku spoke up, surprising the teens and adults around him. If he's mastered senjutsu, then he's in a class of his own. Now the best we can do in this situation is to stay out of his way and don't be a drag on him. You can't be serious, Kiba grunted in disbelief and slight disgust. A wave of bloodlust washed over them, causing them all to shiver and snap their eye towards the eastern horizon where a column of crimson light was expanding up from the tree line. That Shikaku trailed off as the others quickly caught on also. He's using Kyuubi's chakra? Is that safe? Inoichi asked the others. Not when allies are around, no, but for him to use it now means he's been backed into a corner, Yujito replied with clenched fists. Itachi used Tsukuyomi on Naruto, and it must have done something to Naruto's control. I am uncertain of what is happening exactly, Katsuyu reported. Wait, Yujito said as she turned. How many tails does he have? She questioned the two Hyuga in the group. There are S6 T-tails, Hinata stuttered out as she watched with her Byakugan. 6, Yujito repeated with a start. That wasn't supposed to happen, Itachi thought as he stared at the human-sized crimson chakra fox in front of him. It had 6 swishing tails behind it and was covered in some kind of skeleton-like bone structure. So this is the power of the Kyuubi within you, Naruto-kun, and you constantly keep it suppressed on a daily basis? Even with the Rinnegan, your control is astounding. You continue to amaze me even now, Naruto-kun. The crimson fox shot forward, blowing up dust as he moved and quickly appeared above Itachi. The Uchiha quickly reacted by jumping away as Naruto descended and brought his fist down on where Itachi once stood. The resulting shockwave leveled a good portion of the landscape as Itachi narrowly managed to get out of range. With one hand he can send out a shockwave that large, no wonder Madara considers him a threat. Between the Rinnegan and Kyuubi's power, Naruto-kun might very well end up killing him with a Shodai, Yondaime, and I failed. I do apologize, Naruto-kun, but I cannot die here, Itachi thought as he stared into the white eyes of the crimson chakra fox. Amaterasu, he spoke as black flames struck Naruto in the side. Naruto howled in pain, but the flames didn't penetrate his chakra cloak. Kyuubi's chakra is too dense for even Amaterasu to penetrate. Suddenly blue and red orbs seemed to appear out of the air and gather at Naruto's open mouth as he let out an earth-shattering screech. The balls compressed into a single sphere and Itachi's eyes widened as the ball shot towards him at startling speeds. Rokubiko Imari. Susanoo. The ball exploded and engulfed the world around them inside miniature sun. The blast finally dissipated after a few long seconds, and both combatants could be seen standing in the new crater that was just created from the last attack. Itachi now stood in the center of a large spiritual aura in the form of a Yamabushi with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. "You still continue to impress me, Naruto-kun," Itachi rasped out as he felt his jutsu started to eat away at his body and soul. "I doubt you are conscious at the moment, but please pay attention, for no one has ever seen this jutsu and lived to tell about it." In response, Naruto let out another earth-shattering screech which sent a large shockwave at the Uchiha. The Yamabushi raised his shield as the shockwave washed over him. It held, and Itachi batted the shockwave to the side as he swung the sword at his target. "Phew!" Itachi exclaimed as the sword struck through the fox's chest and out the other side. The bones dissolved away after a few long seconds as Itachi retracted the blade and watched as the chakra around Naruto started to slowly disperse. Once the Kyuubi's chakra had completely disappeared from his system, Naruto fell forward onto his knees and spewed blood onto the unforgiving ground. "Do you see the futility of fighting now? Surrender," Itachi spoke simply. "You really think that I'm just going to roll over and die? Just like that? Fuck no!" Naruto shouted as he rose to his feet once again. Itachi's eyes widened at the glare Naruto sent at him. His eyes, the Uchiha thought. Naruto's eyes were different even from before. It looked like a mix of Sage Mode, the Rinnegan, and the eyes of the Kyuubi at the same time. He's using his jutsu, the Rinnegan and Kyuubi's chakra together? Ludicrous, there's no way anyone could possibly have that level of control. Am I already in Sage Mode? Kyuubi's chakra must have dispelled my last Sage clone, Naruto deduced and glared at the Uchiha in front of him. "I'll never give up. I'll never surrender," the blonde shouted as he held up both hands in front of him. "I only have one shot at this, come on." Naruto gathered all the chakra he could from the Kyuubi seal without re-entering his fox mode and threw out his jutsu. "Shinra Tensei," he called out as the massive gravity blast washed over the landscape. "No!" Itachi's eyes widened as the Yamabushi instantly shattered under the strain of the last attack. He dropped to the ground and coughed blood into his only remaining hand. "I'm at my limit." Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Dozens of clones popped into existence beside Naruto, and they charged forward immediately. "He's planning on overwhelming me with superior numbers," Itachi realized and took a deep breath. He exhaled a large fireball at the oncoming clones without hand seals. Katan Gakaku no Jutsu. The clones were destroyed in a matter of seconds, but the surprise came when a spinning chakra shuriken flew through the smoke. "What?" "Futon Raisin Shuriken!" Naruto exclaimed from the clearing smoke. Amaterasu, Itachi forced another blast of black flames at the chakra shuriken and destroyed it instantly as it approached. However, a second chakra shuriken appeared behind the first, making Itachi's eyes widen in surprise. He used Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. The second shuriken struck straight and true, tearing through Itachi's torso in one swift move, and it detonated a few feet behind him. Both halves of the Uchiha were sent flying and fell to the ground a few feet away. The upper body of Itachi coughed up a stream of blood, and he forced himself to look up at the blonde for the last time. Thinking fast, he muttered one single word, "Tsukuyami." Naruto suddenly found himself in some kind of house littered with ornaments and weapons. "Where am I?" he asked in thought as he slowly walked through the room. "We must act now. We cannot allow them to blatantly disrespect the Uchiha clan any longer." Naruto snapped his head in the direction of the voice and approached the window. Down in the street below was a man who looked like an older version of Itachi, speaking to a crowd of people bearing the Uchiha family crest. "We must rise up and take the village our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, founded. The Hokage and the council believe we summoned the Kyuubi to attack Konoha and kill the Namikaze Minato. We cannot allow this to continue." "What is this?" Naruto asked in thought. "This is memory." Naruto turned swiftly and found a completely normal Itachi standing behind him. "I am dying, Yuan, but there are things that are still left unfinished. This is one of them," Itachi continued. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked him. "My father, Uchiha Fugaku, was rallying the entire Uchiha clan for a hostile takeover of Konoha. The entire clan was planning a coup d'etat," Itachi explained, making Naruto take a step back in surprise. Why the hell should I believe that? That can't be true, Naruto said, shaking his head. But it is. What's more, I was playing a double agent inside the Uchiha clan for the Yondaime Hokage, Danzo, and the elders. When negotiations with the clan broke down, they ordered me to destroy the clan, Itachi stated clearly as the scene around them changed. A second later, they were in one of the rooms at the base of the Hokage Tower. A younger Itachi had his head bowed before Danzo and the elders of Konoha. Hiruzen's negotiations have failed. A civil war is coming if we don't stop it now, Koharu said simply. His belief that the Uchiha will actually listen is useless. If a war starts here, we have to eliminate the problem at the source, Danzo stated clearly. If we wait, then it could be the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, he continued. What must be done? Itachi asked. The Uchiha must be neutralized before they plunge this entire continent into war, Danzo answered finally. Weasel, you are to make sure the peace in Konoha is maintained at any cost. The scene suddenly changed again, and a moment later Naruto found himself in a white room with Itachi standing a few feet away. As you can see, I was under orders to destroy the clan, Itachi stated clearly. Do you regret any of it? Naruto asked him. Do I regret killing my parents and the rest of the traitors in the clan? No, but I will always regret killing the innocent, the children and the babies. Sasuke was the only one I couldn't bring myself to kill, Itachi answered truthfully. Why are you showing me this? Naruto questioned. Because all I have left is the ideals of Leader Sama. He wants peace, and I believe you do too. You need this information if you are to bring peace, Itachi replied. You mean pain? Naruto asked with anger lingering in his words. Yes, though he is not the true leader of Akatsuki, Itachi replied. True leader? Naruto questioned. The benefactor of Akatsuki, the man who helped me destroy the Uchiha clan, and the man who summoned Kyuubi no Yoko to attack Konoha 16 years ago. Uchiha Madara, Itachi answered. Your chakra is vile and reminds me of Uchiha Madara. Naruto's eyes widened at the name. Who the hell is Madara? You heard my father talking about him earlier. He was the founder of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. He could control the Kyuubi like a pet and used it to attack Konoha 16 years ago. In a way, Konoha was right and the Uchiha were responsible for the attack. I am unsure what his plan is, but I will tell you this: he is weakened at the moment compared to what he once was. He suffered considerable injuries at the hands of the Shodai Hokage, but even still he is an extremely dangerous shinobi. Sooner or later you will have to face him. I pray that you are ready when you do, Itachi said calmly as crows swarmed around the pair. A crow dove and entered Naruto's mouth, forcing its way down his neck. Once it disappeared, Naruto collapsed to the floor, coughing but otherwise fine. He glared at the Uchiha mass murderer in front of him as he tried to steady his breathing. What did you do to me? Naruto demanded. I gave you some of my power, though I pray that you are never forced to use it, Itachi stated and turned away. My time is up. You know Sasuke will be coming after you now, don't you? His revenge demands it. Naruto remained silent as he continued. I've done all that I can, the rest is up to you. With that, the world was consumed in light. Fire Country battlefield near Konoha. Naruto stared down at the unmoving form of Itachi's upper body, the lower half motionless a few feet to his left. Suddenly a bright light exploded from the body and shot into Naruto's hands. A moment later the light died down to reveal another chakra crystal, this one crimson with the feeling of incredible heat. I will give you resurrection for 6 Shikifujin. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked but received no answer. Naruto clenched his fists as he stood over the body of his defeated opponent before he let out a sigh. He crouched down and pulled a small scroll out of his cloak. He quickly sealed the body in the scroll before he rose to his feet again and turned to leave. He cast one look back at where Itachi once lay before continuing onwards to Konoha. He staggered as he walked, but otherwise kept moving. Itachi, all you wanted to do was stop a war from breaking out. You didn't deserve this, Naruto thought as he kept sluggishly walked through the trees. He tripped, losing his balance in the process, and fell forward. Crap. The next thing he knew, his right arm was slung over someone's shoulder. Tayuya? The red-headed Uzumaki snorted in amusement. What are you doing here? We got word from Katsuyu that you won, so I came out to get you. Since knowing you, you probably went overboard again. Oh, and before I forget, you weigh a ton. Maybe you should try dieting, the redhead said, grinning. Smartass, Naruto snorted in response as she helped him walk in a straight line. What about the others? He asked her. Arrow Hokage and the Green Wonder were killed. Everyone else is being tended to by the old slug and Yujito. It could have been a lot worse. Tayuya muttered the last part and Naruto couldn't help but bitterly agree. And you? He asked her. The redhead just grinned. I've had better days. Haven't we all? The young sage asked with a small laugh. Try to stay conscious, Whiskers, Tayuya said with a smirk. Whiskers? I thought it was Shitstain. The blonde asked with a weak grin. You've been promoted to Whiskers, so deal with it, the redhead replied. I think you've been spending too much time around Anko, Naruto commented as the two approached the eastern gates of Konoha. What's that? He asked when he caught sight of the crowd standing at the gates. Hey, there they are. One of the villagers called. Naruto. Great job. Another village shouted as others shouted out the gratitude also. Yeah, you did great. One of the shinobi in the crowd cheered. What is this? Naruto said in surprise as the several of the villagers ran towards him. Didn't I say Katsuyu told us everything? Everyone knows you beat Itachi when even Arrow Hokage failed, Tayuya explained as Naruto suddenly found himself surrounded by villagers and ninja alike. Naruto! The young sage turned and saw Yujito step in front of him. Hey Yujito, I'm back, Naruto said with a small smile. You reckless idiot, she smacked his head forcing him to recoil slightly. The next thing he knew her lips were crushed against his in a kiss which sent the crowd into another wave of cheers. Yujito pulled away after a few seconds and said, Don't ever make me worry like that again. Sorry I worried you Yujito, Naruto said softly and smiled. Thanks for caring. He pulled her into another kiss and the crowd cheered. Today was the day that marked the reign of the Yondaime Hokage. Fire Country Daimyo's Palace Council Chamber. We plan to continuing working with other countries against the threat posed by Akatsuki, Hamura stated clearly to the council of Fire and the Fire Daimyo. After what has happened to Konoha, Fire Country will put every effort into helping rebuild from this latest attack. Well, first have to come up with a budget, and considering the strain on the other countries, I suppose we should be thankful that the village is still standing from this incident, one of the counselors said with a nod. There is something else we should consider first. Who will be the next Hokage? Danzo asked the question. I was thinking Tsunade would be a fine choice, the Fire Daimyo mused. She is the granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage and is a student of the Sandaime Hokage. She is also a drunk and a gambler. If she were made Hokage, then Konoha might struggle with her authority, Koharu spoke up. So who shall it be? Asked the daimyo. Well, Danzo began, but was cut off when the main doors flew open. I apologize for intruding, Daimyo-sama, but I am here on a matter of grave importance. Naruto's voice echoed through the chamber as he entered with Tayuya, Sai, and a squad of Umbu and Jonin at his side. Uzumaki Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Koharu demanded as she and the rest of the room's occupants rose from their seats. You are under arrest, Naruto replied simply and pointed towards her and her companions. Umbu, take the elders into custody, he ordered, and the Umbu complied without delay. On what charge? Hamura demanded. Attempted genocide of a Konoha clan, Naruto's reply stopped everyone in the room cold. Danzo's visible eye narrowed further at his words. He knows about the Uchiha clan. I can't let him live with that knowledge. He took a step back as two figures appeared in front of him. Fu, Toryun. Cover me, I'm going to release the seal on my arm. He slipped of his bandages to reveal a cast of some kind on his arm. It's a good thing I recalled these two when Itachi attacked, but I never expected Sai to betray me. That Kyuubi Jinchuuriki must have removed the seal on his tongue, or he wouldn't dare oppose me like this. Shinra Tensei, Tayuya whispered, and both rude agents were slammed through the wall as Sai and the Umbu grabbed the two village elders. You can't do this! Koharu shouted in outrage. I apologize for the disturbance, Daimyo-sama, but I must make sure the peace in Konoha is maintained at any cost, Naruto said as he smiled at the now stiff elders and Danzo. All three were surprised at the words he had used, words that they remembered from the night they ordered the Uchiha clan be destroyed. Danzo threw down the metal cast and revealed his right arm, covered in numerous Sharingan. Where did you get those Sharingan? Naruto asked him. Here and there it's a long story, Danzo replied cryptically. So you and the elders really did order Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha, Naruto declared to the surprise of the room. If that is true, then when will you stop? Once everyone is one of your mindless drones? I can't allow you to continue with this pointless bloodshed. Pointless? What I have always done has been for the good of Konoha. It is the reason there has been no wars in so many years, Danzo shot back. You and the other elders were given the mantle by Shodai and Yondaime Hokage, so they entrusted the future of Konoha to you. Now it's time for you to step aside and put your faith in the youth of today, Naruto stated clearly, though he thought the last part sounded like something Lee would say. No, I am the only one who can ensure Konoha's continued survival, Danzo declared as he made several hand seals and shot forward at incredible speeds. Shinra Tensei, Naruto whispered, and Danzo was thrown back against the far wall with a thud and spray of blood. Your Rinnegan is impressive, Namikaze Naruto, Danzo said, suddenly appearing where he was originally standing, completely unharmed to the surprise of everyone in the room. I thought he was a better man than that bastard self-sacrifice that is what defines a shinobi, scorning the sun, to work in the shadows, that has always been that is a true shinobi. Many ninja have died like that. Itachi is not the only one. Niceties will not make the world go round. It is thanks to people like that we have been able to maintain the peace. In telling his secret, Itachi betrayed Konoha, and now by challenging you have too. Shunpa no Jutsu, Naruto appeared in front of him in a flash of yellow light. Kawazu Kumite. The punch slammed into Danzo's chest and he was hurled through the wall behind him. The two found themselves outside the tower of the palace and tumbling down in the trees below. They touched down on solid ground a few seconds later and narrowed their eyes at each other, in Danzo's case all of them. Now we must speak with our eyes, Namikaze Naruto, were Danzo's words. Now we must speak with our eyes, Namikaze Naruto, Danzo said clearly. You have impressive defensive capabilities, good offense as well, judging by your last attack. I landed a direct hit on you. I should have broke your back with that jutsu, Naruto said, confused. Was it a genjutsu? No, my eyes would be able to tell if you tried to cast one on me, even if you used those Sharingan of yours. You should surrender, Namikaze Naruto, Danzo told him. Perhaps in response to his words, Naruto jumped at him with a large spinning chakra ball larger than his own body in his right hand, Sho Udama Rasengan. Danzo stood firm as the jutsu exploded directly on top of him, obliterating everything within range including him and leaving a large crater in its wake. Naruto stood in the center of this newly created crater as a yet again unharmed Danzo appeared from behind him. I know my jutsu hit him that time. How did he survive? Naruto asked in thought as he jumped to evade the volley of wind bullets sent at him. Futon Shinkajioku. Danzo explained as launched the spread of wind bullets at the blonde. Fujitsu Kyuin, Naruto whispered in midair, and the wind bullets dissolved before they were able to touch him. He's not bad for an old man. Was Old Man Sandaime this strong too? His hand settled into a familiar seal as he touched back down on solid ground. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two clones popped into existence beside him and started charging his next jutsu. Let's see how invincible you are, you old prune. That jutsu, the Yondaime Hokage's unfinished jutsu, Danzo said upon seeing it. For the record, it's not finished yet. I'm only at stage 5. I still have to reach stage 6, Naruto declared as a bell-like screech filled the air around them. Such an outrageous amount of concentrated chakra, a jutsu truly befitting the Kyuubi Jinchuuriki, Danzo mused as he watched on. Naruto spun quickly and hurled the jutsu at the elder, Futon Rasenshuriken. He threw it. I have no choice but to use his Anaji again, Danzo thought as the chakra shuriken struck him dead center and sliced through him. It exploded a moment later in a large blast of wind and power, completely destroying his body. Danzo reappeared a few feet away from where he was a moment ago. It's no use, Kyuubi. Even with the Rinnegan you cannot hope to defeat me here. Surrender and I will not punish you. I can see it, Naruto spoke simply. What? His eyes are different. That's not the Rinnegan. Danzo's eye, main, widened slightly. I couldn't see if before, but now I can. Those Sharingan in your arm close every time you survive my jutsu, meaning I've killed you 3 times already and you still need to die 8 more times before you stay dead. I just have to outlast you. Naruto shouted as his eyes constantly shifted color. His eyes don't tell me he's channeling Kyuubi's chakra, Sage Mode, and his Rinnegan at the same time? This is bad. He might actually be able to kill me, Danzo realized and started forming hand seals. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Instantly a large taper appeared in a poof of smoke and started sucking in air from the area. What the hell is that? Naruto thought in alarm as he used his chakra to stick to the ground. Now he can't move and I can use the taper's suction to increase my power, Danzo thought as he appeared behind the blonde. He took a deep breath, exhaled a blast of wind, Futon Shinkarenpa. Fujitsu Kyuin, Naruto turned quickly and tried to absorb the jutsu only for it to blow right through and strike his body directly. What? How did he? Naruto gasped as he was thrown back from the impact with an extensive number of cuts across his body. Futon Shinkatai Jyoku. Danzo followed it up with compressed wind ball which slammed into Naruto and exploded in a blast of fire and wind. A moment later he checked the Sharingan on his arm. I still have 7 including Shizui's eye. Bansho Tenen, Danzo jumped aside just as a large slab of earth crashed down on where he was standing a moment ago. Naruto appeared behind the elder in a flash of yellow with a ball of spinning chakra in hand, Rasengan. Fukuna Kiri. Danzo called out as he blew some wind chakra on a kunai and swung round to intercept his opponent. The two struck each other with their respective attacks and Danzo is blown back to the edge of the crater as Naruto pulled the wind-enhanced kunai out and threw it to the side. Danzo stood once more completely unharmed and checked his arm. That leaves 6, but I can't stop using his Izanagi now. For an old man you're strong, Naruto commented as his wounds healed in a matter of seconds. And your ability to regenerate from just about any injury is tiring, Danzo stated. Benefits of Kyuubi and Sage Mode, the blonde shrugged with a grin. You are strong Kyuubi, but you also follow Hiruzen's teachings, the fool, Danzo continued. Why do you believe that? Naruto asked him. Because a shinobi's duty is to ensure the peace of the land and operate in the shadows. You and Hiruzen are the same in believing peace is maintained with friendship, Danzo stated clearly. Eros and Nin believed that the day would come when people would truly understand each other, Naruto told him. And that is what makes you a fool. Just because people can understand one another doesn't mean that they can come to an agreement. Peace can only be maintained by destroying your enemies and ruling supreme, Danzo proclaimed. And that is exactly what I plan to do, unite this world and rule it as one nation. Do you really think the world can be saved so easily? Naruto shouted as 2 clones appeared at his side and started channeling chakra into his hand. I am the only one who can ensure peace for Konoha, Danzo declared. I'm not worried about my own life, this is for Konoha, for the entire ninja world. I can't die now, I'll do anything to survive. I am the only one who can change this world, you will be nothing more than another sacrifice. I won't allow it. Naruto shouted as the sound of hundreds of constant explosions rippled through the air. He brought up his jutsu and launched it at the elder, Katan Dairazendan. The jutsu exploded with such great force that the earth itself shook from the blast, leaving a crater similar in size to the first one right beside it. After the dust cleared, Danzo could be seen standing in the center of it, seemingly unfazed by this latest attack. 5 left including Shizui's. I must finish this soon, Danzo thought as he looked over the Sharingan on his arm. Damn it, my Sage Mode is depleted. I have to recharge, Naruto thought as he dropped the large scroll on his back and spread it out on the ground. He formed several hand seals and slammed his palm down on the kanji written on it, Gyakukuchios no Jutsu. A clone appeared in a poof of smoke, dispel quickly. A reverse summoning? Why would he? He must have depleted his Sage Mode, but why doesn't he just use the Toad Elders to gather the energy for him? Perhaps they can't, it must be the Kyuubi's doing, Danzo deduced as Naruto created 4 clones to aid him. Now what is he doing? The clones started channeling chakra to both of Naruto's hands. Don't tell me he can use 2 of them at the same time? He thought in alarm. Futon Suin Rasen Shuriken. Naruto exclaimed as he threw the 2 chakra shurikens at the elder. Izanagi, Danzo thought as the 2 chakra shurikens engulfed him in a pair of large wind spheres. Damn it, 2 Rasen Shuriken or 2 Dairazendan are my limit before Sage Mode is drained, Naruto thought with staggering breaths. Danzo suddenly appeared behind him in an instant. Damn it. Fukuna Kiri. Danzo called out as he struck the blade through Naruto's chest. Damn it, Naruto rasped out. You were too slow, I win, Danzo said simply. No, you don't, Danzo jumped back in surprise as red chakra exploded from Naruto's body and encased him in a dense shroud of vile chakra. It took the shape of a fox with 6 tails and a skeleton lining it. So this is the power of the Kyuubi, certainly a monstrous creature, Danzo thought upon seeing the chakra fox. This won't be easy, he realized as the fox sent out a terrifying shriek. The fox shot forward in an instant and struck down on Danzo's location. Fortunately for him, he was able to dodge at the last second. Such outrageous strength, he thought when he saw the size of the shockwave that was released from the impact. The fox turned towards him and chakra started to condense into a ball at its mouth. That is not good. Rokubiko Ima the fox began in a gritting voice. Futon Shinka Taijioku. Danzo called as he sent a compressed wind ball at the fox. The wind ball slammed into the fox, causing it to lose concentration, making the chakra ball destabilize and explode in a dome of light which stretched for a good 2 miles. Thankfully they were a sufficient distance away from the daimyo's palace, so none of the others were in danger of being hit by their attacks and getting caught in the crossfire. That didn't mean they couldn't see it. He's too dangerous in this form, I have to suppress him now, Danzo thought as he checked his arm once again. Only 2 left, I have to make this count. Suddenly the fox's chakra started to bulge and 2 more tails grew on the shroud. At this rate he might fully transform. Danzo put his hands into a seal and cast off the bandages on his right arm. The fox roared as it exploded upwards and grew into a massive fox with 8 tails, no skin and no fur. It roared again as it swung its tails across the land and forced Danzo to jump away as the tails leveled the landscape and caused the very earth to shake. His strength has exceeded my expectations, Danzo realized and thought. I must do this now. He placed his right hand down on and immediately several pillars of wood erupted from the ground around the fox. Hokage Shiki Jijuin Jutsu Kakuan Nitten Suishu. He called out as the wood grabbed the fox's tails and held it down. Izanagi, he whispered as the chakra crystals around Naruto's neck inside the fox began to glow. So close. So close. And yet too far. No! Danzo shouted as the fox roared and broke free from its restraints. The wood crumbled under the intense chakra that the creature exuded and it started forming another, much larger ball of condensed chakra at its mouth. I only have 1 Sharingan left. Shizui's bastard. Hachibiko Imari, the fox roared as it unleashed the attack. A massive condensed beam of chakra which vaporized everything it touched, carving out a large valley from where Danzo stood to the base of the nearby mountain and actually engulfing the mountain in a wave of destruction. When the dust cleared, Danzo could be seen on one knee with clearly out of breath and the last of his Sharingan closed. I can't win, Danzo realized as he looked up at the monstrous demon fox. Its skin started to form along with its fur as the 9th tail started to form. No. And then suddenly, it stopped. Naruto's Mindscape Jinchuuriki seal. Let go of me. No, I won't let you control me anymore. Naruto shouted. The red liquid around him bubbled and consumed him. Give your soul to me, boy, and I will destroy your enemies for you. Yes, you're doing fine. Kyuubi smirked sadistically as Naruto's eyes rolled back into his head and his jacket opened to reveal the seal. It distorted into a black spiral shape and the fox grinned. You're mine now, Naruto. Now come here and rip this seal off. Naruto approached the seal almost automatically and reached out to grab it. Until someone caught his hand. Naruto looked over at the one who caught it. Ha? I thought this might happen, said Namake's Minato before he turned swiftly and pulled his son away from the Kyuubi's cage. You! The fox roared in anger upon seeing the Yondaime Hokage. Dad? Naruto asked hesitantly as Minato carried him further away from the seal. I worked it into the seal so that I would appear within your psyche when the seal unraveled to the point you unleashed 8 tails. Truth be told, I'd hoped you would never get that far, especially since I didn't ever want to see you again, Kyuubi, Minato explained as he set Naruto down on his feet. But then again, I was looking forward to meeting my son as a young man, so I guess you can call it even. Yondaime Hokage. Come here. It'll rip you to shreds. Kyuubi snarled at him. Yeah, telling me you're going to rip me to shreds isn't going to make me come any closer, Minato said to the fox over his shoulder. Right, Naruto? He asked his son. Dad, what the hell are you doing here? Naruto asked, unable to think of anything else. What does it look like? "I'm saving you from the Kyuubi," Minato replied, gesturing towards the fox. "Yondaime!" Kyuubi snarled in anger. "Damn, he sure is loud, isn't he? Let's go somewhere quieter." Minato clicked his fingers and the two appeared in what looked like a white void. "Hiruzen-sama didn't tell you much of anything, did he? I know Jiraiya-sensei told you about me during your training, but I guess Hiruzen-sama wanted to suppress as much information about the fox as possible. If folks had found out you were my son before you were ready, then you would be in danger. I'm sorry." "Dad," Naruto said with clenched fists. A second later he slugged his father in the stomach, causing him to wince. "You complete moron." "Ouch," Minato winced from the blow. "And people say I pick up the recklessness from Mom. Why would you even think about putting the Kyuubi inside your own son? How the hell could you put me through that?" Naruto yelled in anger and frustration. "I don't know if I'm happy or mad right now." Minato sighed as his son settled down. "I see. How old are you, Naruto?" "Just turned 16 last October," Naruto answered as he wiped away the tears from his eyes. 16 already, huh? It must have been hard. Can you ever forgive me?" Minato asked before he turned away. "Though I suppose it's little consolation to you for me to put on a fatherly face and apologize after putting you through all that." "No, I can deal. I still think you're a moron, but I can deal with that," Naruto said, shaking his head. Minato just smiled. "Just like your mother." His smile saddened. "I miss her. She was always so full of energy, though that might have just been from the ramen." "I wish I could have met her," Naruto admitted. "Don't take this the wrong way, but I hope you don't see either of us for a long time after this," Minato said with a smile. "Live your life to the fullest and have no regrets." "I will," Naruto nodded in understanding. Minato's expression suddenly turned serious. "I sealed half of Kyuubi's chakra inside you because I trusted that you would master its power because you were my son." "Dad, wait, you knew I would have the Rinnegan, didn't you?" Naruto asked him, catching on. "You're an Uzumaki of the royal family of Whirlpool. Of course I knew you would have the Rinnegan, and even if you didn't, I knew you would find a way to master it eventually. There is, however, another reason I went through all of this trouble. It's based on something I learned 16 years ago when Kyuubi attacked Konoha," Minato responded. "What exactly?" Naruto asked, confused. "There was a mastermind behind Kyuubi's attack, who manipulated him and made him assault Konoha. He was quite a formidable shinobi, someone you would need extraordinary strength to stand against and hope to defeat," Minato answered. "The benefactor of Akatsuki, the man who helped me destroy the Uchiha clan, and the man who summoned Kyuubi no Yoko to attack Konoha 16 years ago." "Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara," Naruto said clearly. Minato nodded at that. "Yes, I believe so. I know Jiraiya-sensei had his suspicions, and my hypothesis was only confirmed when Itachi mentioned Madara's name during your fight with him." "You were watching?" Naruto asked, surprised. "I saw from the seal," Minato nodded in confirmation. "I know about Jiraiya-sensei too, and about Pain. I know you want revenge on him, but I ask that you don't let it cloud your judgment." "I'll try," Naruto said with a sigh. "Back before Kyuubi's attack, Madara saw through all of my moves. He's no ordinary shinobi. I don't know what he's planning, but it can't be good," Minato continued. "Why? Why is Konoha always the one that's targeted?" Naruto asked the question that had been plaguing him. "So long as there exists a shinobi culture in this world, there may never be peace and order. Danzo talked about uniting nations and making Konoha rule the world. Perhaps he's right. War is born when one tries to save something precious. So long as love exists, hate does as well. That hatred uses shinobi. Thus, so long as we have shinobi culture, the monster known as hate will always give birth to new pains," Minato explained. "Pain may have killed Jiraiya-sensei, but if you think about it deeper, you could say that it was the disorder in the shinobi world that created pain and that killed sensei. A battle against hatred, that's what shinobi are, and each and every one of us battles that hatred on a daily basis. Jiraiya-sensei entrusted you to find the answer to stopping this hatred. But I can't. Danzo killed the Uchiha clan and used Itachi to do it. Pain killed Ero Sannin and Itachi killed Hokage-sensei. I just can't," Naruto told him. "I know," Minato nodded in understanding. "Please tell me, what should I do?" Naruto asked him. "You have to find the answer yourself, for even I do not know it," Minato admitted. "How the hell am I supposed to do that? Ero Sannin, and even you have no clue." How the hell am I supposed to do something like this? Naruto shouted in frustration. Minato's right hand found its way to his son's head, calming him down. You'll find the answer. I believe in you, isn't that enough? Why? Naruto asked him. Well, it is the duty of a parent to unconditionally believe in their children, Minato said with a smile as he let go of his son's hair. Now it's time for me to go, my chakra is fading. He placed his hand on Naruto's seal and it returned to its normal state. I've repaired the seal, but this is a one-time thing, I can't do it again. It's fixed? Naruto asked in surprise as he looked at the seal. By now Minato was beginning to fade away. Konoha can be rebuilt as long as the will of fire still burns. Good luck, Naruto, I'm counting on you. He vanished completely a moment later. Thanks, Dad, Naruto said as the world around him shattered. Fire Country battlefield near Daimyo's palace. What happened? Danzo asked in thought as saw the fox seem to shatter like glass before his eyes and fade away in nothingness. Did he find some way to suppress the Kyuubi on his own? No, that's impossible. He was obviously unconscious, and yet he still suppressed the Kyuubi despite it nearing its complete form. Just what is he? Are you ready to finish this, Danzo? Naruto asked from the center of where the large fox once stood. My sage mode is recharged again. It looks like my last clone was dispelled again by Kyuubi's chakra. Suddenly trees started to sprout from Danzo's right arm and he yelled in pain. He grabbed a kunai and sliced his entire arm off as the arm expanded into a large tree. It looks like you're reaching your limit too. Shut up, boy. I'm not done yet, Danzo spat at him. I'm out of Sharingan, so I can't do Izanagi anymore, and with Shizui's eye now closed I can't even cast that Genjutsu either. Naruto put his hands into a seal and blue chakra exploded from his body. Damn, this is going to hurt, but I don't have a choice. Exactly 100 shadow clones popped into existence around him. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clone shot forward a moment later. Damn it, with the Rinnegan active, I just know I'm going to have a monster headache in the morning. Futon Shinkaha. Danzo called out as he exhaled a large blast of wind which wiped out the clones. Unfortunately for him, it was just to buy some time. Chibaku Tensei. Naruto shouted as he threw up a small gravity ball into the sky above them. No! Danzo exclaimed in thought as he was pulled up onto the miniature moon along with the rest of the earth around him. I cannot die like this. More slabs of rock impacted the construct and a few struck down. It is down right on Danzo's location until he half buried beneath solid rock. I think you are right, Danzo. I think the only way to bring Konoha peace is to unite the world, but I can't accept your way of doing things. Naruto's voice was barely above a whisper, but Danzo heard it all the same. Do not waver, Danzo said as he accepted his fate. Shinra Tensei. The miniature moon exploded outwards and debris from it fell to the ground around Naruto. After a few minutes of silence for his fallen enemy, Naruto turned away only to turn back when a column of light shot out of the ground where Danzo lay. What? Another chakra crystal exploded from the ground and slammed into his open hands. Another one? 5 of 6 Geto Mazo. Naruto just shook his head. He'll worry about this later. He turned away again and headed back in the direction of the daimyo's palace. Goodbye, Danzo. If he had stayed just a bit longer, he would have noticed a plant-like figure appear from the ground. That was great. I haven't seen a fight like that in years, Black Zetsu commented. Madara-sama is not going to be happy about this, White Zetsu said clearly before they disappeared into the ground again. Fire Country Daimyo's palace council chamber. You can't do this. Koharu shouted indignantly as the Umbu held her back. What are they still doing here? Get those traitors out of my sight, Naruto ordered, and the Umbu took the 2 elders away, kicking and screaming all the way. I see the tales of your strength are true, Namikaze Naruto. The fire daimyo smiled with a hint of mischief. I had wanted Senju Tsunade to be the Rokudaime Hokage, but she will be needed more at the hospital than on the battlefield. That leaves you, he continued. Me? Naruto asked as he turned towards the fire daimyo. He flapped his fan back together. It's decided then, Namikaze Naruto. You will be the Rokudaime Hokage. Wait, what? This is too much. Naruto yelled in frustration as he threw the piles of papers into the air. Hokage-sama, the paperwork needs to be done, Shizen said, clearly amused at the situation. Screw the paperwork, I have bigger problems at the moment. Naruto waved her comment away and shook his head. Knock knock. Come in. Naruto called. Hopefully he wouldn't snap. The rest of the Konoha 10 entered with Yujito. Oh, it's you guys. Is that all you have to say? Kiba asked, sounding insulted. Yes, it is dog breath, Naruto replied, not missing a beat. Before the Inuzuka could respond, he turned to Yujito. Please tell me this is a social call. Mostly, Yujito nodded with a smile. Shursho is handling more of the injuries, but everything is fine for the moment. That's good. I have Sai and Tayuya mopping up the last of Danzo's roots, so they won't be back until later. Hopefully Akatsuki won't try anything else for a while, Naruto sighed as he leaned back in his new chair. The new Hokage Tower will take at least a month to build, and that is if everyone pulls double shifts, Niji mused as he leaned against the far wall. Our flames of youth have not diminished, Lee proclaimed. Suddenly a messenger ran into the makeshift office, surprising everyone. Hokage-sama. What is it now? Naruto asked, clearly irritated. There are some Kyumonins here to see you and Yujito-sama, the messenger replied. Show them in, Naruto said immediately. The moment the three Kyumonins entered, Yujito recognized them. Samui, Karui, and Omui too, what's going on? Yujito asked them. 4 days ago Kyuma was attacked by Akatsuki, Samui replied. What? Yujito asked in shock. The entire village has been wiped out, Reikage-sama is dead and Karabi-sensei is missing. The council sent us here to get you. All of our ninja are being recalled, Samui explained. Grandfather isn't Karabi-sensei too? How? Who did it? Yujito demanded. I do not know his name, but I do know one thing: he wielded the Rinnegan, Samui replied, and suddenly the temperature in the room dropped. Pain, Naruto growled out. Yujito gritted out in anger as her fists tightened at her side. She turned to Naruto and said, I'm going home. Team Guy will escort you out of Fire Country. Naruto nodded in understanding and turned to the team in question, who nodded also. This can't go on any longer. Shikamaru, would you please send out a message to the 5 major nations? Inform them I'm calling for a 5 Kage summit in Iron Country. Everyone was surprised at the order. What a drag. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shikamaru sighed and nodded. Tsunade Abakan will be in charge of the village while I'm at the summit, so please inform her. Also, Team Kurenai, I want you 3 to locate Sai and Tayuya. Tell them they're being recalled. They nodded at the orders. Dismissed, he sighed as the Konoha-nins left the room. Team Samui followed a moment later, but Naruto stopped Yujito from leaving also. Yujito. She turned back to him, please be safe. I will, Yujito nodded with a smile before she left, leaving Naruto alone in the room. If there was one thing Naruto realized in that moment, it was that time was quickly running out. For everyone. Sound Country Odo Alpha Base 02. Uchiha Sasuke sat in the main office of the complex as he read over the report in front of him with silent anger and hatred drifting off from him. Ever since Orochimaru was killed by Naruto, he had taken over as the Otokage, and with the intent of using the village's resources for his own ends. He did not, however, expect to see the report in front of him right now. Are you certain? His voice was a harsh whisper. A nervous Kirin stood in front of him and nodded. Yes, Otokage-sama. Leave, Sasuke ordered, and Kirin quickly exited the room. Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked worriedly. Itachi is dead. Naruto killed him. Naruto, he has taken away my revenge, Sasuke growled out as he stood up and threw the entire desk to the side. Sakura stood unmoving as he did so. Sasuke-kun, your eyes. What? He asked her sharply. Your eyes are different, Sakura told him. He looked in the mirror hanging from the wall on the left. My eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan. His fists clenched at his side. Itachi was my only concern. The closest person to me, his death has triggered this. What do we do now, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked. I'm going to kill Naruto for taking away my revenge, Sasuke declared as he turned to the Pinkette. Come, we are leaving. I must form a team for us to be successful, starting with Kirin. Yes, Sasuke-kun, Sakura nodded but held a bit of jealousy in her tone over the other girl's name. Rain Country, AIM Akatsuki headquarters. So that's what happened. White Zetsu finished. What will you do now? Asked Black Zetsu. Madara remained silent. The Hokage is organizing a 5 Kage summit in Iron Country in 1 week's time, White Zetsu informed. Hatake Kakashi is dead. Who is the new Hokage? Pain inquired. Namake's Naruto, White Zetsu answered to the surprise of those in the room. Of course, with Danzo dead he is the best choice, Pain nodded in understanding. This is unfortunate. I had hoped Itachi would die at Sasuke's hands so we could use him. Madara's voice was harsh and laced with anger. Sasuke is nothing but an ignorant little child who throws his anger at everything he can, Pain stated as he turned away. He is irrelevant, was all he said before he vanished into the darkness with Konan right behind him. Disrespectful little Senju, you should respect your betters. Even in my weakened form I can kill you, Madara thought as his mask started to distort and spiral around him. Just you wait until I have the rest of the Biju and then we shall see exactly where you stand in my new world. He was gone a moment later. Fire Country Hokage Monument Council Chamber. Naruto stood up in front of the two other ninja in the room garbed in Kage robes and wearing the Hokage hat. Tayuya and Sai stood in front of him trying not to flinch, which even Sai was finding hard to do. I will soon be heading to the summit. Each Kage is allowed only 2 guards and no exceptions. You two have been chosen because I know when shit happens you can handle yourselves, Naruto spoke simply. It shouldn't be too hard, Tayuya said confidently. But still, I doubt Akatsuki will ignore this summit, Sai added. I'm hoping they try something, Naruto said grinning. Just to give us a reason for the 5 villages to bring down their combined strength on them. That's a bit reckless, Tayuya muttered. But effective, Naruto countered as he approached the door. Let's go, he said over his shoulder. Yes, Hokage-sama, Sai and Tayuya nodded, though by Tayuya's tone it was clear that she was amused. Iron Country Forest. Uchiha Sasuke rushed through the snow-covered trees as quickly as he could, his team right behind him as he jumped from tree to tree. He and Sakura had spent a full 3 hours putting this team together so they could assassinate the new Hokage at the meeting he had called in this country. The team itself was made up of his scout, a red-headed girl named Karen, and the 2 heavy hitters, Jugo and Suigetsu. They had made a short detour to Wave Country for the Kubikiri Hocho, Momochi Zabuza's old sword, which had been used as a marker for his grave. Suigetsu wanted the blade and had said he'd only join Sasuke if he could have it. The only reason Sasuke really agreed to it was because Wave Country was on the way to Iron Country. A flicker of orange caught the Uchiha's attention before it expanded into a swirling vortex of some kind. Sasuke stopped on one of the branches as the others did the same behind him. What the hell is that? Suigetsu asked in surprise. The vortex spiraled until it took the shape of a man wearing an orange spiral mask and a large Akatsuki cloak. Is he Akatsuki? Hello, Sasuke, the stranger greeted. His chakra came out of nowhere. What the hell? Karen asked as she concentrated on the man. How did you know where I was? Sasuke demanded. Don't underestimate me. It is well within my power, the masked man spoke simply. What do you want with me? Sasuke inquired. I have a job for you, the stranger stated. Who are you? Sasuke asked him. My name is Uchiha Madara, he answered, surprising the group. Your chakra is vile and reminds me of Uchiha Madara. So you're the one the Kyuubi compared me to, Sasuke said with narrowed eyes. Am I supposed to care? He asked. Madara chuckled at that. No, but I know you do care about your revenge. It's such a shame Itachi had to die by Naruto's hands instead of your own. Do not speak to me of Itachi. Sasuke shouted as he jumped towards the stranger with his fist covered in lightning. Chidori! He called out as he struck, only to fall through Madara's body like it wasn't even there. What? Is that some kind of jutsu? He thought as he steadied himself on another branch. I told you not to underestimate me. Even Itachi could not defeat when we fought, Madara told him. Sasuke didn't respond to that, instead opting to glare. Know your place, child. What do you want exactly? Sasuke demanded. What I want is the Kyuubi, Madara answered darkly. You want Naruto? Fine. You can have him as long as I get to crush him completely, Sasuke responded. Then we are agreed, Madara nodded with a chuckle. Madara-sama, a voice called as a figure rose from the branch of a nearby tree. Who's that? Karen asked. Calm down, he's with me, Madara told her and turned to the newcomer. Zetsu, so who is the new Raikage? He asked. Niujito, White Zetsu answered. Of course, Madara chuckled at the irony of the situation. Yujito is the Reikage? Sakura said in disbelief. What the hell happened in Kumo? She demanded. One of my minions, Pain, destroyed the village, but because he and Itachi made such a commotion recently, Naruto was forced to organize the 5 Kage summit. They're all on the move now, Madara explained. What do you want to do, Otokage-sama? Suigetsu asked. We head to the summit and kill the Kages, excluding the Dobe and that demon woman. You can have them, Madara, as long as I get to crush them, Sasuke responded. Excellent, Madara chuckled again. Zetsu, he said, and his companion nodded. I'll lead you, White Zetsu said as he both halves of him split apart. Follow me, White Zetsu said as he jumped into the trees with the Oto team following close behind. That went well, Black Zetsu commented after they left. No, I can't believe Naruto was able to defeat Itachi, though I suppose it was fitting that the only one capable of matching an Uchiha was a Senju in all but name. Even if Sasuke were to become more powerful than Itachi, if we can't control him, then he's no use to us. I had planned to use Itachi's death at Sasuke's hands to make him more controllable, but clearly Naruto's actions have changed things, Madara stated clearly. I'm surprised you accounted for the possibility of Itachi's death by Naruto's hands, Black Zetsu said, intrigued. It's not what I had wanted, but I always keep at least one backup plan just in case something goes wrong. Namake's Naruto, that brat's thrown quite the wrench into my plans. Madara's voice sounded both annoyed and disgusted. What are you going to do? Will you make your move? Black Zetsu asked him. I've had enough of being cautious. I think it's time to hurry up and implement the moves I plan. Madara looked up at the sky and chuckled. Further away, Sasuke and his group were following White Zetsu as he led them towards their destination. Can we trust him? Jugo asked from his side. Let's just see what happens, Sasuke told him. If he tries anything funny, you'll use Amaterasu on him. There's something I've been wanting to test out anyway. The journey to Iron Country was uneventful, and once the Konoha ninjas met up with several samurai on patrol, they were escorted to where the summit was taking place. At the entrance, they were greeted by a man who radiated authority and was clearly not amused at the situation. We've been waiting for you, Hokage Dano. You are the last one to arrive. I am of Iron Country. My name is Mifune, the man greeted. It's nice to meet you. I apologize for our tardiness, but we got here as soon as we could. My name is Naruto, I'm the Hokage, the blonde responded with a nod. Right this way, Hokage Dano, Mifune said before turning and leading the ninjas into the structure. They soon arrived in a large room with a number of people standing against stone pillars that dotted around it. Naruto first spotted the Tsuchikage, a small old man who looked like he already had one foot in the grave but would still take down anyone who challenged him. Next was the Mizukage, an auburn-haired woman appeared to be smiling but radiated a barely concealed dangerous aura. Then there was the Kazekage. Gaara, Naruto greeted. Namake's Naruto, so you are the new Hokage. I had feared someone dangerous had taken the job, Gaara nodded. You mean Danzo? I wouldn't worry about him anymore, Naruto waved it off. When Gaara didn't say anything, he continued, have you seen the Reikage? You mean me? A familiar female voice spoke from behind him. He turned and came face to face with one Yujito. Naruto? Yujito? You're the Reikage? Asked the confused Naruto. Yujito nodded in reply. Yes, I just wish it were under better circumstances. Naruto nodded in understanding. This way, please follow me. Mifune spoke to the room and led everyone to a smaller room with a large table in the center and a balcony above them. Please have a seat and place your hats on the table. The Kages complied and the guards they brought with them moved to the balcony above to keep watch. You are here today because the Hokage has called this meeting. My name is Mifune and I will be your moderator. The meeting will begin now, he finished. I'll go first. Listen up, Gaara spoke up. The makeup of the 5 Kages sure has changed. You must be something special to be made Kazekage at your age. Your father must have taught you right. But apparently he forgot to instill manners in you, Oniki commented amused. I guess that's why I'm here as Kazekage now, Gaara shot back, causing the old man to laugh. Cheeky brat, Oniki laughed. Tsuchikage Dano, please stop interrupting. Kazekage Dano, please continue, Mei said, trying to get back on track. Am a former Jinchuuriki Akatsuki captured me and nearly killed me while extracting the Ichibi from me. That's why I believe Akatsuki is extremely dangerous, Gaara explained. I requested aid from the other Kages many times, but they all ignored me. Except for of course the former Hokage and Raikage, though at this point with so many Jinchuuriki captured. It's too late for aid, he finished. Oniki snorted at that. If a country has had its Jinchuuriki captured, it has no business giving other countries orders. It's an embarrassment. You should have tried to recover it in secret. Once it is stolen you can't expect other countries to help you, Oniki declared to the room. I suggest you watch what you say. Tsuchikage Dano, you are in the room with the last 2 Jinchuuriki alive, a former Jinchuuriki and 2 wielders of the Rinnegan. I'll let that comment slide this time, but I won't always be so lenient, Naruto spoke up. Oniki snorted with a smirk. You're all bark and no bite Namikaze. Just like my father then, Naruto responded, causing the Tsuchikage to glare. We're getting off topic, Yujito reasoned. Just because the Biju have been stolen is no reason to be afraid. It takes time and knowledge to control them. Not to mention skill, Mei continued. The Jinchuuriki must grow with the Biju they contain in order to adapt to them, and even then control is difficult. It won't happen immediately, right Kazekage Dano? Hokage Dano? Raikage Dano? Asked the Tsuchikage. Who needs control when fighting Akatsuki? Considering what their members have been like, I would have thought it would be more practical to hit them with superior power or numbers. It's worked for us so far, Naruto responded. Yes, and now there are only 2 Jinchuuriki left, Oniki shot back. Only Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, the Yondaime Hokage, Yagura, and the Yondaime Raikage's brother, Killer Bee have ever been able to completely control a Biju. 2 of which are the descendants of the Rakudo Sennin, Naruto pointed out. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama both inherited his power, so naturally the Rinnegan is responsible for that. The Rakudo Sennin, he's nothing but a myth, Oniki snorted. And yet I wield the Rinnegan, Naruto shot back. I may not be able to control the Kyuubi as I am now, but I can suppress it any time I want with or without the seal on my stomach. After a few moments of silence he continued. There is a man in Akatsuki who also has the Rinnegan. He is the apparent leader of the organization, but he is a figurehead for the real leader of Akatsuki. Real leader? Mei asked curiously. Uchiha Madara. His answer surprised everyone in the room. I thought he was long since dead, Oniki said, clearly shocked at this piece of information. I don't understand it either, but it's definitely him, Naruto confirmed. I never thought he was literally a monster, Oniki said as he took a breath. That's why I think they'll be able to use the Biju without any problem. 16 years ago Madara sent the Kyuubi to attack Konoha, but the more I think about it the more it seems like he wanted the Kyuubi to be defeated and sealed, Naruto explained with a sigh. So he could extract it from a Jinchuuriki along with the rest of the Biju, Yujito said, catching on. That sounds like something he would do, Oniki commented. He was always insane and dangerous, especially when he controlled the Kyuubi. Between Pain, a wielder of the Rinnegan, and Madara, Akatsuki could make a powerful force if they decide to attack, Naruto said simply. Then what do we do? Mei asked the question. As a neutral country, I have to say the leaders of Akatsuki have clearly read the times. They use the stability and suspicion of the other countries to increase their own power. At this rate, even Iron Country is at risk, but there is a silver lining. It's rare for the 5 Kages to come together like this. What do you say to forming an alliance until Akatsuki is taken care of? Mifune asked the Kages. An alliance? Yujito inquired curiously. I think the only way to bring Konoha peace is to unite the world. The memory of his own words flashed through the Hokage's mind before he quickly came to a decision. I agree. An alliance would make it harder for Akatsuki to openly move, and we might be able to force them into a corner. The chain of command should be uniform. We want to avoid further confusion as much as possible, Mifune continued. So the question is, who will have the authority over the new army? Oniki asked the question. You will only fight amongst yourselves, so I would like you to respect my position as a neutral party. I will decide who amongst you is best suited for the job, Mifune said clearly. All right, who? Oniki asked, clearly running out of patience. The Hokage, Mifune answered, surprising the room. Like hell I'll follow the orders of that man's child, Oniki said in anger. Mifune Dano, I just took the position of Hokage barely a week ago. Naruto spoke his opinion. Konoha has done more damage to Akatsuki than any other faction, even if you were aided by Kumo and Suna on several occasions. You also wield the Rinnegan, so it should only be fitting that you lead the alliance against the force which threatens the entire world. Mifune explained his reasoning. There is also the fact that Uchiha Madara originally founded Konoha with Senju Hashirama, so again it is fitting that Konoha leads the battle against him. The room fell into silence after that. Why not someone else? Naruto asked him. Kazekage Dano and Reikage Dano are too young. You are in fact too young, but you specifically have the most experience in dealing with Akatsuki out of everyone in this room. Tsuchikage Dano, on the other hand, is too old for the position and would be seen by many of the smaller villages as having mobility problems. Mizukage Dano, she would make a good choice, but her village's reputation may become a negative factor when dealing with Akatsuki and any of the smaller countries. I don't know Akatsuki's plans for the Biju, but we can't let the Kyuubi or the Nibi fall into their hands, Mifune explained. Again the room fell silent. What is your answer? Mifune asked the Hokage. Suddenly a white figure erupted from the center of the room, surprising everyone. Hello! White Zetsu shouted as the guards dropped down from above onto the tables. Now what? Yujito growled out. Akatsuki? Naruto queried. So it would appear, Oniki replied. Uchiha Sasuke is here somewhere. The question is where? White Zetsu asked with a grin. Let's all search for Sasuke, come on. He called out. Sasuke? What the hell is he doing here? Naruto inquired. He works for Akatsuki now, White Zetsu explained. Yujito was suddenly over the table and had her hand firmly around the intruder's neck. She slammed him into the ground as lightning danced across her body. She's fast, White Zetsu thought as the Reikage glared down at him. Akatsuki is here? Tell me where before I crush you, Yujito growled at him. Oh fine, I'll give you one hint, White Zetsu said, amused, until Yujito snapped his neck and dropped his corpse to the floor. She turned away and said to her escorts, Sure, help me locate the intruders. There was no reason to kill him. If we had captured him, you have been able to get some intel on Akatsuki out of him, Mei told the young Reikage. Screw the interrogation, there's no one in Akatsuki who would willingly betray them. The only reason Orochimaru did was because he failed in taking over Itachi's body, Naruto said, standing up also. They're all hardcore, Gaara commented. Sure. Darui. Let's go! Yujito shouted as she punched a hole through the wall to make an exit. Sorry about that wall, Darui said to the samurai as he and Shir made to follow their Kage. Good grief, she's just like her grandfather at that age, Oniki commented at the sight. Tayuya, Sai, you two follow me, Naruto spoke as he dashed out of the room. It's time for a Team Kakashi reunion, he finished before vanishing down the corridor. What? Karen thought in surprise as her senses flared. What is it, Karen? Jugo asked her. The samurai are starting to move, they seem to be looking for us, Karen answered quickly. Zetsu, it was him, Jugo stated. It's no use, there are too many of them, they'll capture us for sure, Karen said to the team. That bastard Zetsu, I won't forget this, Suigetsu said through gritted teeth. Just then Sasuke jumped out in front of a squad of samurai as they channeled lightning chakra into their swords. Samurai can control chakra too? Karen asked, confused. I had no idea they could use chakra like that, Suigetsu commented as Sakura appeared at the Otokage's side. What are they doing? Karen asked, almost panicking. I'm really pissed off right now, come at me. I won't go easy on you, Sasuke said to the samurai. Neither will we. The leader shouted as he sent 2 lightning slashes at him. Sasuke swiped the Kusanagi up and the lightning attacks dissolved. He deflected them. That jutsu looked like ours. Sasuke shot forward without a word and started slicing through the samurai faster than they could react. Damn it, why is he killing them? Suigetsu asked through gritted teeth. His chakra is completely different from earlier, it's a lot darker than before, colder too, Karen commented, shivering slightly. Something's coming. She shouted as the ceiling above them exploded and 6 figures dropped down in the room. Well, isn't this a nice little reunion? Asked a male voice she didn't recognize. You two really are working with Akatsuki now. You'll both be dead by the end of the day, declared a woman's voice she also didn't recognize. Naruto, Yujito, Sakura nodded in greeting. Dobe, demon woman, Sasuke snorted at the pair. With Eros and Nin dead, I now run his spy network. I have to say, when I found out you were the new Otokage, I was surprised, Naruto stated amused. Not as much as we were when we heard you two became the Hokage and the Raikage, Sasuke continued. We heard about Kakashi-sensei too, Sakura added. And that Itachi was killed by you, Sasuke finished with a glare at the Hokage. Naruto nodded in understanding. If you want to kill me, then you're welcome to try, team. No matter what happens here today, the bond we all have as Team Kakashi will be forever severed, Yujito declared as her body exploded in electricity. Let's go wild, Naruto finished as he also shifted into his most powerful form. I won't show mercy, Dobe, Sasuke shouted as he shot forward, his left hand covered in lightning. Naruto shot forward also, prompting Yujito to shout, wait. Naruto. Sasuke, maybe you and I are opposites, Naruto thought as they closed in on each other. Chidori. Sasuke called out with his arm outstretched. Rasengan. Naruto exclaimed as the two attacks clashed. And the world around them was consumed in light. The two stood apart from each other in the empty white void. You know, everyone in the village used to hate me. They hated me because of the Kyuubi, and I used to hate them too. There were times when I wanted revenge for one misstep, and I might have come to the same horrible conclusion you did. I thought I had no connections with anyone until I met you and Irika-sensei. I knew you were always alone, and I was relieved there was someone else like me. I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't. I was jealous because you could do anything, so I decided you would be my rival. I wanted to be like you. I finally had some connections as we fulfilled our duties as Team 7 and later as Team Kakashi. I was always chasing after you, wanting to be as strong as you. I'm glad I met you, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto, nothing you say can change my mind. I'm going to kill you. You took away my revenge. You took away my purpose. Sasuke shouted at him. Naruto nodded at that. I know. Your only choices are to kill me and be the hero who protects the village, or just another loser that I kill. The choice is yours, Sasuke said clearly. Naruto just continued to smile. My choice is. Everyone covered their eyes as the explosion rocked the entire building and hurled the two combatants across the room on opposite sides. Bansho Tenin. Tayuya called out as she tried to slow Naruto's speed just long enough for Sai to catch him. Sasuke-kun. Sakura exclaimed in surprise as Suigetsu caught him. What were you thinking charging straight in like that? Yujito asked him in a voice mixed with anger and worry. Now I know for sure, Naruto whispered, either not hearing her or ignoring her. He rose to his feet as Sai asked, now you know what, Hokage-sama? Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked, confused as she looked back and forth between the two. So that's your answer, Sasuke said lowly. I refuse to believe that is the only outcome. I cannot accept that. The Uchiha shouted out. We've become first-class ninja, you saw it as plain as day. It's not too late. If you leave now, we can forget this ever happened, Naruto told him. Sasuke just shook his head in response. I can't accept that, Dobe, I can't. Then you are truly lost, Naruto sighed in disappointment. Why do you go so far? Sasuke questioned. Because we're friends, Naruto's answer surprised him. Sasuke, we may not be able to understand each other by ordinary methods, but I knew that from the first time we met we can understand each other with our fists, and there's nothing wrong with that. After all, like I said, it means we've become first-class ninja. Naruto. Sakura trailed off in thought as she looked at her former teammate. But I've given up on trying to speak to you both. I mean, I've never been a good talker anyway, so what the hell am I doing lecturing you? Hey, even if we both end up dying in the end, at least we won't have to deal with the Uchiha and the Kyuubi. Not burdened with any of that, Naruto said with a shrug. I refuse to believe that is the answer, Sasuke said simply. Come here so I can rip you to shreds, he said with a glare. Yeah, telling me you're going to rip me to shreds isn't going to make me come any closer, Naruto said while experiencing severe deja vu. Okay, I sounded way too much like Dad for a second there. Sure now, Yujito ordered. Raijin Reikachu. Sure exclaimed as he cast the Genjutsu. Stand firm, it's nothing more than an illusion, Sasuke told the others. Raiten no Yoroi, Yujito whispered as she appeared in front of the Uchiha in an instant. Sakura moved in front of her and blocked the attack with her own super strength. Not bad, Pinky. Her physical strength is on my level while she's using that jutsu of hers, Sakura thought as the two tried to push the other off balance. The Oto team jumped away and regrouped a few feet away. This isn't going to be as easy as we'd thought. The guy in the back is a censor, so is the Raikage. We're going to have to take them both and Naruto down if we're going to get out of here alive. Anyone up for it? Sakura asked the others. I'll do it, Jugo spoke up as his curse seal came to life and started to cover High Body. He roared as the curse seal consumed him completely. I'll kill you. Damn, his personality changed more than his appearance. Everyone be on guard. His chakra just enlarged, Yujito commented. Now that Jugo is in killer mode, do you think he'll remember we're still on his side? Suigetsu asked him teammates. As long as you don't get in his way, then you'll be fine, Sakura responded. I hope so, the swordsman muttered. A second later, Yujito appeared in front of them and slugged Jugo across the face, sending him flying back across the room. He sailed through the air for a few seconds before crashing hard into the far wall, sending dust out from where the impact. Yujito appeared in front of the mutated Oto Nin and delivered a fierce punch to his ribs. While this was happening, Suigetsu appeared behind Shur and swung the Kubikiri Hocho at him. Gotcha! He was blocked, however. Darui, who had moved to intercept him, nice sword. Thanks, Darui responded simply as Hisai appeared behind Suigetsu and made to stab him with his own tanto. Suigetsu backed off and readied his Kubikiri Hocho once more. This is getting interesting. Across the room, Tayuya jumped away as Sakura struck down on where she had been standing with damaging results. Hold still! The Pinkette shouted as she sent a jump after her. Tsutenkyaku! She called out as she swung her leg down on the redhead. Shinra Tensei! Tayuya exclaimed in response and sent Sakura down towards the floor. Just then a large beam of energy exploded across the room, melting everything it touched and surprising the two. Jugo mustn't be holding back, Sakura commented upon seeing the blast. That was one of your teammates? Tayuya asked incredulously. He's the one who spawned the curse seal and the only one who has a level 3 curse seal, Sakura explained. I killed her. Who's next? Jugo asked almost insanely. Kazuki, Yujito whispered as she appeared at his side and slashed his left arm clean off. Damn you, bitch! Jugo shouted in anger. Hey Tayuya. Trade ya? Yujito asked over her shoulder. Fine, the redhead agreed and the two turned their attention to their new opponents. Shinra Tensei. She shouted and blasted the mutated Oto Nin into the wall again. She then brought her hands together and created a small gravity well ball. Chibaku Tensei. She called out as she threw the ball at him. He laughed insanely as his cannons fired once more and hit the ball as it approached. It had no effect, however, and in fact seemed to enlarge it just before it struck him in the chest. He could feel his body being ripped apart and crushed as the ball started to draw in everything in the area. Tayuya kept it going until the room started to fall apart under the intense pressure of the attack. After it was over, Jugo was no more and Tayuya was left staring at the place where he once stood. She looked around in search of her allies, but found that Yujito and Sakura were gone. Suddenly the sound of a bell-like screech filled the air and everyone turned to see 3 Narutos charging a spinning white shuriken-like weapon. Futon Raisin Shuriken! He exclaimed as he hurled the chakra shuriken at Sasuke. So this is how he defeated Itachi, Sasuke thought as evaded the attack and managed to escape from the wind sphere it expanded into. He rolled across the ground as the force of the resulting detonation blew him away, such an outrageous concentration of chakra. Futon Renkuden! Naruto followed it up with a large blast of wind from his mouth which destroyed the wall and forced the two of them outside into the snow. It was now that he felt his sage mode leave him. You can't win, Sasuke. What's the matter, dope? Running out of steam? Sasuke sneered as spiritual bones seemed to appear and encase him. Is that Susanoo? No, it must be a weaker version of it, so that's how you survived my attack just now, Naruto mused upon seeing it. But last time I checked, it requires the Mangekyo Sharingan in order to use it. It's because of Itachi, isn't it? He received no reply. I see, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. I do not want your apologizes. I want to kill you. Sasuke shouted at him. Try it then, Naruto dared as the two locked eyes. Tsukuyami, Sasuke whispered as the world around them disappeared. Anomaly Tsukuyami. Naruto found himself in a black and red world with Sasuke standing a few feet away. He couldn't move or even speak as Sasuke wordlessly approached with the Kusanagi in hand. The last time we fought you mentioned taking my life on a whim. Well, now I'm going to take your life on a whim, Sasuke declared as he brought up the sword and struck forward. Only to have his outstretched arm caught by a figure covered in shadow. What? Suddenly Naruto could move again and he looked over at the one who had intervened, Itachi. Brother, Sasuke whispered with wide eyes. I'm very disappointed in you, Sasuke, Itachi said clearly before backhanding the younger Uchiha away. But how are you here? Sasuke asked as he recovered quickly. I gave Naruto-kun some of my power just in case Madara got to you, Itachi replied. He hasn't got to me at all. I do this because I want to. Sasuke shouted in anger. You are still a child. Even now I wanted you to use your hatred to push yourself beyond your limits and survive. However, now it is clear that you have allowed your hatred to consume you, Itachi said with a sad smile. He took a step towards his younger brother. I'm sorry. What are you? Sasuke started before he felt Itachi put a finger on his forehead just like he did so long ago. Sorry Sasuke, this is the last time, Itachi said with a smile. The world around them turned white. Iron Country battlefield. Sasuke collapsed to his knees and clutched his head in his hands as he screamed in anguish. Naruto just stood where he was, unmoving as the Uchiha in front of him wailed with cries of pain that was both emotional and physical. Sasuke, Itachi loved you more than anything. Please don't make me kill you, Naruto pleaded with him. Shut up, Naruto. Damn it. He shouted in anger and pain as he felt his hatred continuing to manifest. Quickly Naruto unraveled his scroll and summoned a sage clone, Gakukuchios no Jutsu. The clone dispelled and his sage mode returned a second later. Can you even hear me, Sasuke? I said shut up. Amaterasu. Black flames shot towards the blonde. Shunpa no Jutsu, Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow light and reappeared behind the Uchiha. Amaterasu no Tate, Sasuke whispered as black flames formed around the spiritual bones. Cho Udama Rasengan. Naruto struck with the massive spinning chakra ball in hand and reduced the landscape to a crater. Boulders, trees, and the earth itself were blown away, leaving a noticeable hole in the earth where the jutsu had detonated. When the dust cleared, Sasuke could be seen standing in the middle of a large Yamabushi with a bow and shield in each arm. That's not like Itachi's Susanoo, Naruto thought. Sasuke didn't say a word as the Yamabushi brought up its bow and fired an arrow at the blonde. What's with that arrow's speed? Unable to move, Naruto poured as much chakra as he could into his next jutsu, Shinra Tensei. The spiritual arrow impacted the jutsu and dissipated, but it managed to almost reach Naruto before finally fading. I overused my gravity jutsu and I was still barely able to stop his attack. I can't take a hit from one of those. Die dope! Sasuke shouted in rage as the Yamabushi fired another arrow. At first Naruto didn't react but knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge or deflect the attack this time, so he was forced to tap into Kyuubi's chakra like he had done many times before. After his fight with Danzo, he had originally been against using it, but he knew that as long as he was the I the Jinchuuriki, he would have to use its power to survive. And survival was all the fox cared about. His form disappeared in a column of crimson light as the Kyuubi's chakra consumed his body in its sinister embrace. The light died down a few moments later to reveal a human-sized chakra fox with 6 tails behind him and bones covering him. Sasuke saw this and fired another arrow intent on putting an end to this once and for all. The arrow struck the Kyuubified Naruto in the chest with devastating force, blowing up dust and granite as the sound echoed across the battlefield. When it cleared, the fox stepped around a large slab of rock and grinned towards Sasuke, who was glaring back fiercely. So this is what it's come to, dope? It doesn't matter, Sasuke said through rasped breaths as he continued to glare. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed a moment later and reappeared beside him. What? Naruto gave out a loud roar as he threw out a punch and tore into the side of the Yamabushi, almost reaching Sasuke himself before the Uchiha was able to react and swat him away with the large spiritual shield. Oh no, Sasuke's eyes widened slightly when he saw the fox forming a black ball of chakra at his mouth. I have to stop him. He fired another arrow at him if only to stop him from finishing his jutsu. He was too late. Rokubiko Ima the arrow struck before he finished charging and forced the jutsu to destabilize. The world around the two fighters disappeared in a miniature sun. Two paths. They're too far apart to be called destiny, yet too close to be called fate. Naruto and Sasuke stood apart, both clearly exhausted and barely able to stand. The destruction around them would scar the landscape for generations to come, long after the two warriors, brothers and all but blood, were dead and gone. Still, a victor needed to be determined. I had to shut off Kyuubi's chakra or risk losing control like I did against Danzo. My last Sage clone must have dispelled again. I'm in Sage mode, Naruto thought as he looked over at his opponent. Well, at least I took out Susanoo, but I only have one shot at taking him out for good. What's the matter, dope? Don't tell me you're scared? Sasuke taunted. You were the scaredy cat on our team. Sasuke, do you remember the last time we fought? It feels like a lifetime ago, Naruto asked with a smile. Not that it matters now, let's finish this, Sasuke. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes as Naruto formed a familiar hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He's going to throw another one of his chakra shurikens, Sasuke realized as his eyes shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan in preparation. Just then he saw 4 clones charging 2 separate chakra shurikens at the same time. He can use 2 of those things? Futon Tsuin Raisin Shuriken. Naruto called out as he hurled the 2 jutsus at the Uchiha. Amaterasu, black flames erupted towards the blonde Hokage and slammed into one of the chakra shurikens, forcing it to detonate prematurely. Sasuke tracked the next one as it sailed towards him and narrowly jumped over. It continued on for several feet before detonating in a ball of wind and power, shredding everything within range. Sasuke turned his attention back to the blonde and his eyes widened slightly when he saw the distortion of chakra in his hand. Chibaku Tensei! Naruto exclaimed as he threw the gravity ball at the Otokichi. Wings erupted from Sasuke's back as his curse seal took effect and he jumped high into the air, using his wings to gain speed. The gravity ball expanded and drew in everything within range and compressing it into a reasonably large sphere of solid ground. Kukukuku, you missed, dope. Sasuke chuckled like a snake. Bansho Tenin! Naruto yelled, and suddenly the large moon-like ball was thrown at the airborne Sasuke. What? Sasuke explained in thought as the sphere slammed into him and then down to the surface. The miniature moon crashed down on the earth and rolled, blowing up dust as it moved and leaving a wave of destruction in its wake. When the dust cleared, rubble dotted the area around the impact and Naruto could be seen taking staggered breaths and gazing down from a large slab of rock. Sasuke wasn't any better off having his cloak torn to shreds and his upper body littered with cuts and bruises. So you survived, huh, team? Heh, Naruto coughed as he tried to chuckle. His breathing steadied and he smiled. How about it, Sasuke? One final clash? Sasuke didn't respond, instead forming several hand seals and encasing his fist in lightning. He shot forward and jumped, his hand outstretched and aimed at Naruto's heart. Naruto himself had jumped high with his father's jutsu in hand and thrust it out in one swift motion. Rasengan! Chidori! The two became encased in a blinding light as they both battled for dominance, sending waves of wind, lightning, and sheer power cascading in all directions. At that moment Naruto thought of his friends and family he had in Konoha and silently swore he wouldn't let them come to harm as long as he was the Hokage. He was the Yondaime Hokage. He broke through, surprising Sasuke just before he slammed the spiraling sphere into his former friend and blowing him back. Sasuke fell and struck the rubble below, blowing up dust and smoke with an echoing impact. Naruto hit the ground a moment later and rolled to a stop at the base of a nearby slab of upturned rock. Naruto coughed and used every scrap of energy he had left and could actually muster to stand on his own feet again. He fell down a second later though and shakily started to crawl towards where Sasuke had fell. When he finally got there he saw Sasuke lying in the center of a medium-sized crater, a hole through his stomach and what looked like a pained grimace on his face. Sasuke Itachi is waiting for you, go to him, Naruto whispered, and he saw Sasuke's expression return to neutral. If he didn't know any better he thought that maybe Sasuke had heard him. Suddenly a blinding light exploded from his body and landed in Naruto's hands. Naruto didn't even bother looking at it this time since he already knew that it could only be a chakra crystal necklace. 6 of 6 life eyes and body weakened. I now have all 6, but what are they for? Naruto asked in thought as put the necklace on. What a disappointment he was, echoed a voice from behind him. Naruto snapped his head around sharply and his eyes widened. You? You're coming with me, little Senju, Uchiha Madara said clearly as his mask began to spin wildly, creating a vortex around them. They were both gone a second later. Iron Country Sanro. Well, at least you sorted out your priorities, Pinky, Yujito taunted as she used her superior speed to close the distance between them. But you still have a long way to go before you can match my Raiten no Yoroi. Sakura narrowly evaded the punch that was thrown at her. Yujito's punch struck the wall and went through it, blowing out a good 20 meters of it too. Okasho! Sakura called out as she landed a punch to the blonde girl's side. Fuck, that hurt, Yujito grunted as the two broke apart. Mokuton Hijitsu Jukai Koten, Sakura said clearly, and a large number of trees exploded from the ground. How the hell can she use Mokuton Jutsu? She's not a Senju or an Uzumaki. Yujito thought in alarm. I'm sure you're wondering how I can use Mokuton Jutsu. Think of them as spoils of war from my fight with that Konoha Umbu guy I fought from the last time we met, Sakura explained. You experimented on Yamato Taicho? Yujito demanded angrily. Yes, the Pinkette replied simply. Why would you do something like this? After everything we've been through? Tell me why? Yujito demanded with a glare. Sakura stood frozen for a moment, tears starting to form at the edge of her eyes and giving a small but happy smile. I did it for Sasuke-kun, she answered with both happiness and sadness at the same time. You love him that much? Yujito asked her. Sakura nodded with a tearful smile. It may have started out as a crush, but he's my world, he always has been. She wiped away the tears and took a deep breath. I'm sorry. You've made your choice, Pinky, it's the wrong one, Yujito said simply. Maybe it was, Sakura admitted. But if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't change a thing. She smiled at the memory of her time with Sasuke. Let's finish this, Pinky, Yujito said clearly. Sakura nodded and formed several hand seals, Mokuton Daijirin no Jutsu. She threw out her right arm and several spikes of wood shot out towards the Raikage. Raiten no Yoroi, Yujito thought as she evaded the attack and closed the distance between them. Kaizuki! She called out as her arm ignited in flames. Mokuton Mokujihiki, Sakura whispered as wood shot up and formed a half-sphere between them. Do you really think that's going to be enough? Don't insult me. Katan Daikazuki. The blade enlarged and sliced through the barrier in one swift motion, forcing Sakura to jump away. Sakura landed on one of the branches above the blonde and glared down at her. As long as she's using that jutsu of hers, I can't deal any real damage. I need to use the gates if I want to win this, the Pinkette thought and made a hand seal. What is she doing? Yujito looked on, confused and wary. Kaimon, Kumon, Simon, Shomon, Tomon, Kaimon Kai. Sakura shouted as her chakra exploded from her body in large amounts. Yujito's eyes went wide at seeing the amount of chakra being released. You've opened your celestial gates? Are you insane? Shut up! Sakura shouted in anger as she disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared in front of the Raikage. Yujito's enhanced reflexes kicked in and she was able to avoid the barrage of punches thrown at her head and chest. Yujito saw an opening in Sakura's attacks and thrust out a kick as fast as she could towards the Pinkette's midsection, only for Sakura to disappear again. Shit, she's as fast as I am. No. This isn't good, Yujito realized in thought as she jumped away in a burst of speed. Suddenly Sakura appeared above her and attacked, forcing Yujito to bring her arms up in defense. Double shit. Tsutenkyaku! Sakura called out as she swung her outstretched leg down on Yujito's position. The tree shattered under the force of the blow and Yujito fell straight down at alarming speeds, unable to change course or grab onto anything. She crashed down on the stone floor below with a deafening thud and an explosion of smoke and dust. Sakura landed on the branch of one of the trees and looked down at the clearing smoke. Suddenly a loud roar filled the air, accompanied by a wave of bloodlust and raw heat. Yujito now stood on the stone floor, as a large purple demon fire cat with two rather large tails and a monstrous grin. By now Sakura had already resealed her gates and was in the process of healing her self-inflicted wounds, but kept her eyes trained on the large, miniature, Biju. This isn't going to be a walk in the park, Sakura thought grimly. Hi Nami! Yujito snarled as she sent a blast of flames at her. Sakura jumped over the blast as it incinerated the trees around her and she landed on the stone floor. Hold still, Pinky! I can't win while she's in this form. I'll need to suppress her with the Shodai Hokage's jutsu, Sakura thought as she looked up at the monstrous demon cat in front of her. Suddenly a ball of fire started to form at the cat's mouth, causing her eyes to wide. Oh no! Nakomata Gukakyu! Sakura narrowly evaded that attack as the ball slammed into the wall behind her and exploded in a blast of heat and death which incinerated everything within range. Sakura was blown from position and crashed down into one of the stone pillars with enough force to shatter it. This action caused the ceiling above them to fall and crumble to the ground, almost burying them both alive. Had enough yet, Pinky? Yujito growled out. Shut up! Sakura yelled back as she formed a hand seal. Hokage Shiki Jiju and Jutsu Kakuan Nitten Suishu. Suddenly wooden columns shot out the ground and grabbed Yujito's fire tails along with her midsection, and surprisingly the wood wasn't burnt by her. Yujito let out an earth-shattering scream as the Nibi's chakra and flames left her form. She collapsed to the ground in a pile of blood as the wooden columns retracted and disappeared. Sakura approached her beaten form and grabbed her by the collar of her now shredded cloak. Yujito felt her head pounding as she was thrown clear out of the hole in the wall she had made earlier and fell several feet before crashing down onto the snow-covered ground below. This bloody bitch is pissing me off, Yujito thought grimly as Sakura appeared next to her again and kicked her in the side, sending the blonde crashing through one of the nearby trees. Am cold and in pain. Am really going to die, aren't I? Yujito asked in thought as she saw Sakura slowly approach. I hope you're happy, Sakura. For the first time since they met she had finally called her by her name, now at the end. Goodbye, Yujito. Sakura smiled sadly and swung her leg down on Yujito's head. Raitun Kirin, Yujito whispered as a large dog-like monster made of lightning shot down from the sky and struck down on where the two were, catching them both in its embrace. When the light died down, Sakura had been completely vaporized and Madara stood where the two had been with Yujito in his arms. He put her down and chuckled. This went better than I'd hoped. Tayuya and Sai appeared alongside the rest of the Kages and their escorts a moment later. Stop right there! Tayuya ordered, but Madara just looked up at them and his Sharingan spun wildly. Sasuke served his purpose well. I now have the Kyuubi and the Nibi. With all of the Biju in my possession, I can now start implementing my moons I plan. Until next time, Senju Tayuya, Madara spoke mockingly before disappearing in a swirl of orange with the unconscious Yujito. Oh no, Tayuya whispered fearfully as she reached out towards the space where Madara once stood. It was over. It was dark and damp in the hideout when Naruto awoke groggily. After quickly getting his bearings, he saw that his arms and legs were restrained and he appeared to be on some kind of platform surrounded by what looked like a crystal. His first thought was to punch it, but it didn't break. Then he tried his signature jutsu but found that his chakra was completely sealed off. I wouldn't bother trying to escape, Senju Naruto. He spun around quickly and came face to face with his worst enemy, Uchiha Madara. I think you've got me mistaken with someone else, Naruto said, finally knowing he was already captured. Madara chuckled slightly at that. You're right, but that doesn't change the fact that you are a Senju and a wielder of the Rinnegan to boot. You even have Hashirama's will of fire. I despise you and everything you stand for. The feeling is mutual, team. Naruto shot back and glared through the crystal. Even now you are unafraid of me. Even now, knowing that I will kill you, you still refuse to bow before the superiority of the Uchiha. Madara shook his head as if he were talking to a child. Could you be any more full of yourself? Just because my ancestor and your ancestor were brothers and you ancestor just so happened to have a battle fan shoved up his ass sure as hell doesn't make him superior. I think I speak for everyone all over the shinobi world when I tell you to fuck off. Naruto bit back with a wide grin. You really don't understand the severity of the situation, do you? What I am trying to accomplish. The Senju were always the favored child of the Rakuto Sennin, but even Hashirama, and you have to come up with a plan to bring this world the peace that the Rakuto Sennin sought. I have, Madara declared almost gloatingly. Peace? Any peace you create will end in nothing but misery, Naruto responded in disgust. Everything will become one with me, it will be a perfect union, and I will finally be complete, Madara began. What are you talking about? Naruto asked, confused. At the dawn of the shinobi world, the Rakuto Sennin became known as a god among shinobi. The moon's eye plan is connected to what made him become worshipped as a god. You see, he saved the world from a monster. A monster which was a fusion of all the Biju of today known as a Kyuubi, the Akatsuki agent explained, and Naruto fell quiet. The Rakuto Sennin divided the Kyuubi's chakra into the 9 Biju, with the Kyuubi as the last and most powerful one of them all. In order to protect the world from the Kyuubi, the Rakuto Sennin created a new jutsu which is still in use today as the jutsu which seals away a Biju into a child, Madara explained. Are you saying he willingly created a Jinchuuriki to save the world? Naruto asked after another moment of silence. He turned himself into a Jinchuuriki in order to stop the monster and become its prison, at least temporarily. He saved the world from the Kyuubi and became worshipped as a god, but the demon's chakra was too powerful and deadly. When he discovered that the seal would break once he died, and he knew it would wreak havoc on the world again. On his deathbed he divided the Kyuubi into the Biju of today and sealed the Kyuubi's body and soul into the sky. Naruto, I don't have to tell you what jutsu he used to act as the Kyuubi's permanent prison, Madara said. Naruto knew what he was referring to, Chibaku Tensei. Madara nodded knowingly, correct. The moon that you see at night is the largest Chibaku Tensei ever constructed. A true monument to the Rakuto Sennin and his divine power. So you want the Kyuubi, and I guess the only way for you to get it is by fusing the 9 Biju back together. But what do you plan to do once you actually have the Kyuubi? Naruto asked, confused and intrigued. Madara chuckled at that and explained clearly. I want to become the Kyuubi Jinchuuriki and use its power to complete my moon eye plan. With its power I will be able to use Mugen Tsukuyomi and cast it on the moon. I will be able to cast an illusion over everyone on Earth. I will control everyone and everything on Earth with my Jinjutsu, and the world will finally become one. A world without ill will or strife. Everything will become one with me. Everything will become united. That is my moon's eye plan, Madara declared. Make the world one? I think Danzo said something similar right before I killed him. If you think Konoha will just stand by and watch, then you've gone senile, old man. You will lose, Naruto said finally. I must say I am surprised, Senju Naruto, a revelation of this magnitude, and still you don't falter an inch. Not that it matters, you will be dead soon enough. Madara chuckled slightly and turned away. Why did you tell me this? I'm going to die anyways, so why tell me? Naruto asked him. You are a Senju. I wanted to see the look on your face when you found out exactly how far the Uchiha have surpassed you, Madara spoke simply. Now nighty-night, little Senju. Madara clicked his fingers and Naruto suddenly collapsed against the crystal, clearly unconscious. Madara started down the corridor where the sealing room was located and where the zombie twins were finishing their preparations for the first extraction. Soon the world will be mine. Pain's hologram appeared in the central chamber and he spoke clearly to the room, assemble. Suddenly the remaining members of Akatsuki appeared in the room, either as another hologram or in person. Once we're done with the Nibi, well seal the Kyuubi it'll take 4 days, so prepare yourselves. Stay aware of your physical forms and Zetsu. Have your physical body stand guard. Use the one with the greatest range, got it? Understood, Zetsu nodded. Pain looked down at the body of Yujito lying on the ground and said, let's begin. Fuin Jetsu Genryu Q Fujin. Enemies approached the hideout, White Zetsu reported. How many enemies and who are they? Pain questioned. Several teams of Konoha Nins led Senju Tsunade and Uzumaki Tayuya, Black Zetsu replied. Haiden, Kakuzu, you two head out and intercept them. Keep them from interfering, Pain ordered. Uzumaki Tayuya, she has an interesting bounty on her head, Kakuzu mused as he disappeared from the room. Wait for me, Kakuzu. Jashin-sama demands I be the one to kill them. Haiden called as he dashed after his partner. Haiden, shut up, Kakuzu said simply as they disappeared. Once they were gone, Pain turned to Madara and said, we should move the Kyuubi out of here now and extract it at another location. We may be able to finish extracting the Nibi, but once the task force from Konoha gets here we will be unable to extract the Kyuubi if we remain. I'll move him to the hideout on the grass country border once we finish with her, Madara stated. I can see peace, Pain thought as he returned his attention to the task at hand. Waterfall Country Forest. Tayuya dashed through the trees as quickly as she could, constantly keeping herself from trying to overtake Tsunade, who was in charge of all Konoha forces while the Hokage was unavailable. She still couldn't believe what had happened after Madara had captured the weakened Naruto and Yujito, who were exhausted from their battles with two extremely powerful opponents, Akatsuki agents with unnatural strength. After Madara had kidnapped them, the other Kages voted to join together in an alliance against Akatsuki, forcing Tayuya to represent Konoha at the summit and a man named Darui to represent Kumo. They had all immediately returned to their homes in order to notify their respective villages of what has happened. Since Naruto had stated clearly that Tsunade was in charge of Konoha while he was gone, she was naturally given tactical command of the situation regarding Konoha, and she immediately put together a response and rescue team which included her. Sai had placed tracking devices on both Naruto and Yujito while at the summit on Naruto's orders should Akatsuki try anything. Naruto thought it was a necessary precaution. He was right. They had tracked the signal deep within Waterfall Country, and they had notified the other villages before heading out to try and rescue their Hokage and by proxy the Reikage. They didn't have much time. It had already been 3 days since the pair were captured, and if they didn't reach them soon then it would be too late. You did well, Tayuya, you can rest now. I've got this. Enai-san, the redhead thought as the memory flashed through her mind. Hey Tayuya. Trade ya? Yujito, I should have been there. Tayuya continued and suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked over and saw it was Sai. You shouldn't worry too much, they'll be fine, Sai reassured her. Dickman Sai, Tayuya nodded. Thanks, she whispered and turned her attention back to the front. Despite what many believed, Sai was learning quite quickly how to understand the atmosphere of a situation. It was something he had been working on since joining Team Naruto, and he could tell Tayuya was worried for her brother and her best friend more than anyone else besides Tsunade. Futon Atsugai. Katanzukaku. Two voiced exclaimed from above. Above us? Kiba shouted as a massive blast of heat and fire descended on the group. Fujitsu Kyuin, Tayuya whispered as she held up her hands and absorbed the large blast as 6-figured dropped down in front of them. Akatsuki? Ino asked as she looked them over. 4 of them appeared to be some kind of black-webbed monsters, while the other 2 actually looked human. It would seem so, Sai confirmed and threw a volley of shuriken at Haiden. Haiden grinned and deflected them with his scythe before flinging it out and forcing Sai to dodge to the side as it slashed at him. He's fast. Right, Dunjan! Kakuzu exclaimed as lightning erupted from one of the masks attached to one of the creatures. Fujitsu Kyuin, again Tayuya absorbed the attack but fell to one knee under its force. Tsunade appeared above the 2 Akatsuki agents and swung her leg down. Tsutenkyaku! She called out, smashing the area into a crater. Kakuzu! Haiden called in surprise as he slid away. I hardened my body with Doton Domu at the last second, so I'm alright, Kakuzu answered as he recovered as well. He's got some jutsu that allows him to harden his body? Sounds similar to Yujito-chan's lightning jutsu, Tsunade mused. Tsunade of the Sannin, renowned for her medical knowledge but more importantly her super strength. I must say it has been a while since I fought a senju. Physical attacks are useless against me, so you aren't really a threat, Kakuzu spoke in an amused tone. Chidori! Tayuya called out as she appeared behind one of the webbed creature and cut her arm through its mask, causing it to shatter. What? Haiden exclaimed in surprise as he sent a look towards the Tayuya they had been fighting. It dissolved into water. She pulled a switch with a water clone. One down, Tayuya declared as the body convulsed before falling to the ground and dissolving. I didn't even sense you. Kakuzu's voice was filled with annoyance. Wait, red hair and the Rinnegan Uzumaki Tayuya, I presume? Yet another senju comes out of nowhere to fight me. You have quite the bounty on your head, you know. Tsunade Abakan, Tayuya called, and Tsunade shot her dirty look, promising pain if she called her that again. Take everyone on ahead while Sai and I deal with these 2, she shouted. Alright, catch up when you can, Tsunade said back and jumped away with the rest of the teams, knowing they didn't have much time to complete the rescue. Alright, let's get to it, Haiden said with a grin. Agreed, Kakuzu nodded. Jashin-sama. Behold! I give myself, body and soul, to the carnage that is to come. In your name, I will rip their insides out and shred their entrails. Haiden shouted to the heavens. Kakuzu made a hand seal and said, Haiden, stay back for now. No way, I want in on this action, Haiden told him. So let's just go with the usual, alright? Fine, Kakuzu answered finally. Haiden shot forward a moment later and appeared in front of Tayuya before she could blink. A second later, Sai came in from the side and parried the initial attack from the scythe with his tanto. Sai back flipped onto a nearby tree and Haiden pursued a moment later, trying to gain the upper hand on the former root agent. Just the one of the webbed creatures appeared behind Haiden and let loose a massive blast of wind, Futon Atsugai. Tayuya covered her eyes to avoid the dust that was blown everywhere. He shot right through his own teammate. Why? When the dust died down, Haiden could be seen again without a scratch on him. What are they? Sai, fall back now. The redhead called and Sai quickly complied by appearing at her side. Running already? Haiden taunted. You wish. Shinra Tensei. Tayuya retorted and threw out a massive blast of gravity, surprising the two Akatsuki agents. Haiden crashed through a nearby boulder and Kakuzu sailed through one of the trees while the webbed creatures slammed hard into the ground itself. You bitch, Haiden gritted out as he stood once more while his partner and the creatures did the same a moment later. Jashin-sama will take your soul. He shouted as he shot forward. It'll keep him busy, Sai spoke up and moved to intercept. The former root agent knew that of everyone on Team Naruto he was by far the weakest, but even so he was still an Umbu and wouldn't be beaten so easily. Choja Giga, he summoned several ink tigers to charge at the scythe-wielding maniac in front of him. Right, Dunjan. Kakuzu called out as he let loose 2 discharges of lightning chakra. Fujitsu Kyuin, Tayuya whispered as she brought her hands up to absorb the attack once again. What is with this guy? They're both strong, especially the one with the masks, but normally someone can only use high-level jutsu of their own affinity, yet he's already used earth, wind, fire, and lightning. You are the first to have survived our routine, no doubt thanks to your Rinnegan, Kakuzu commented after a moment of silence. The only sound that was heard was of the random clang from their partners fighting not too far away. You're a Konoha nin, huh? You remind me of first Konoha nin I ever fought, a true piece of work that won the Shodai Hokage, he chuckled. What? Tayuya's eyes widened in shock. Unknown Limbo. Yujito looked around at the white void around her and felt tears begin to fall down her face. She looked at her hand only to see it was fading in and out seemingly without end. Yugi-chan, she heard the voice she hadn't heard since she was 6 and turned quickly towards it. There, standing in front of her were Kurabi and her parents waving towards her. Mom, Dad, she stammered out as she cried. She embraced them a moment later. Waterfall country outside Akatsuki hideout. Tsunade and the rest of the Konoha nins dropped down into the clearing in front of the entrance. We're here, Tsunade said clearly as she looked over the seal on the large door in front of them. Inside, Yujito floated in the center of the chakra bubble as her biju was sucked out and into the demonic statue a few feet away. They're outside, White Zetsu reported. It no longer matters, Pain responded as the chakra died down and Yujito's body dropped to the cold floor below. It is done, we have the Nibi. This seal on the entrance, I remember Jiraiya showing me one once. Niji, use your Byakugan and locate any other seal tags in the area, Tsunade ordered. The veins around Niji's eyes intensified and he spoke. There are 4 scattered in all directions. Team Guy plus Kotetsu, you take care of them, Tsunade gave the order and the 4 disappeared into the trees. After a few moments the barrier dropped and the group entered. It was empty inside save for a motionless Yujito on the floor. We're too late, Ino whispered in horror. Tsunade was already at the Reikage side and running through diagnostic scans. Tears were running down her face as she confirmed what she knew was the truth. God, no. There's no sign of Hokage-sama, Niji informed the group. He's probably been moved to another location. Sai should still have the tracking device on him so we can go after him, Shikamaru spoke up. Tsunade-sama, your orders? Niji asked her. Team Guy, head back to assist Tayuya and Sai. Shikamaru, I am about to do something very dangerous and the consequences might be extreme, but you are now in charge of Konoha until Tayuya takes command, understood? Tsunade told him. Shikamaru nodded in affirmation. Yes, Tsunade-sama, but what are you planning to? I plan on saving my apprentice, Tsunade said clearly as she formed several hand seals. What is that? Ino asked, confused as the chakra covering Tsunade's hands turned blue. Kisho Tensei. Unknown Limbo. You need to go back, Yugi-chan, her mother whispered softly. They need you, she said with a smile. We're proud of you and won't question your chosen path in life, her father continued with his own smile. They slowly started to drift away from her. Mom! Dad! Grandfather! Kurabi-sensei! Yujito shouted as she ran after their retreating forms. The light consumed her. Waterfall Country Akatsuki Hideout. Tsunade fell back and was caught by Ino and Hinata. No one was sure what happened, but they knew Tsunade accomplished whatever she was doing when Yujito's eyes snapped open and she gasped for breath and held back a scream of pain. Reikage-sama, you're all right? Shikamaru asked her. I'm fine, she rasped out. What happened? She asked as she struggled to sit up. The Nibi was extracted from you and you well died, Shikamaru said nervously. I died? Then how am I alive now? Yujito asked him only to see him turn towards Tsunade's motionless form. Oh no, Yujito whispered as her eyes widened in horror. Don't tell me she used that jutsu to bring me back. Tears fell down Yujito's face again as she put her hand against Tsunade's cold and smiling face. A moment of silence descended on the chamber to pay respects to the passing of the last of the Sannin. Waterfall Country Undead Battlefield. Just how old are you? Are you immortal or something? Tayuya asked in disbelief. Kakuzu merely chuckled. Immortal? There's no such thing. I've just managed to prolong my life by stealing and stocking up on others' hearts before mine stops from old age. By removing it while that shinobi is still alive, I can store up to 5 hearts at any one time. Yours will replace the one you destroyed. Well, see about that. Tayuya yelled back. The creature with the fire mask suddenly opened and let loose a blast of fire towards her, Katanzakaku. This time Tayuya jumped back to avoid the attack. Damn, this guy just won't let up. Above them, Sai and Haiden clashed one more time before they fell back to their partners' sides. Are you all right, Dickman? Of course I'm. Were you worried, Blower? Sai asked her with a smile. I told you not to call me that, Tayuya growled back, but he just smiled. Their teamwork is seamless. There's no openings, Sai stated as he kept his gaze on their opponents. We need to end this quickly. I'm not like Naruto or Pain. I don't have seemingly unlimited chakra and am reaching my limit, Tayuya whispered back. I can take the one with the scythe, Sai whispered to her. We don't know his abilities, Tayuya said simply. When we were fighting, I stabbed him a few times, and he didn't even feel it. I even stabbed him in the heart, but he just shrugged it off as if it were nothing. It's almost like he's immortal, Sai continued. Cover me and I'll use my genjutsu to help you take him down, Tayuya told him. What about the other one? Sai asked. Leave him to me for now, Tayuya said clearly. Understood, Sai finished and shot forward again. Good luck, Tayuya whispered and saw 2 of the masks open at Kakuzu's side. Bansho Tenin. She called out and pulled one of the webbed creatures towards her. No! Kakuzu shouted in surprise as Yujito's hand was engulfed in lightning chakra. Raikiri! Tayuya called out as she slashed the webbed creature straight down the middle, causing it to dissolve. You'll pay for that. Futon Atsugai. Katanzakaku. Kakuzu exclaimed as a massive wave of wind-enhanced fire shot towards her. Fujitsu Kyuin, Tayuya brought her hands up and absorbed the wave, but her eyes widened when Kakuzu came running at her while she was busy absorbing it. Your heart is mine. Kakuzu shouted as he wrapped the strings in his arms around her and slammed her down on the ground. Die! He struck, tearing through her body to where her heart was located only for her to dissolve into water. A water clone? He blinked in surprise only to feel the world around him become a void of darkness. Kokwanchio no Jutsu, Tayuya said from behind the trees to his left. What is this? Haiden asked in surprise. Your death, Sai declared and appeared behind him. Haiden turned upon hearing the sound, but it was already too late. His head was cut clean off and was sent rolling across the ground. Bastard! Haiden's head shouted as his body fell motionless to the ground. This genjutsu only used by the Shodai and Naruto Hokages. Both were senju, but that won't work on me. Kakuzu spoke and broke the illusion so he could see again. Kakuzu, help me out here, Haiden demanded. He's still alive? Tayuya blinked in shock at seeing the talking head without a body. I'm a little busy right now, Kakuzu said to his partner and absorbed both of his remaining webbed creatures. Sigh. Tayuya shouted and brought her hands together into a familiar hand seal. Choja Giga, Sai summoned a pack of ink tigers which charged at the Akatsuki agent. This ends here. Futon Atsugai. Katanzu Kaku. Kakuzu opened his masks which were now embedded in his shoulders and released a large blast of wind-enhanced fire at the pair. The ink tigers jumped in the way and held it back for a few seconds before dissolving into normal ink again. You lose, Chibaku Tensei, Tayuya called out as she threw the gravity ball at the oncoming wave of fire. It snuffed out the flames instantly and slammed into Kakuzu's chest before drawing in everything within range including Haiden's head and body. Haiden screamed in anger and hatred as his body was ripped apart along with Kakuzu's, and the ground beneath them tore itself open after the gravity became too much and started ripping the earth around them apart also. After a few more seconds, Tayuya let it go and dropped to one knee as the miniature moon she constructed collapsed into a pile of rubble. Are you all right? Sai asked, worried as he looked over the redhead. Tayuya puked blood onto the ground and coughed slightly. I think I overdid it there, she rasped out and fell forward only for Sai to catch her. Hey! Are you two all right? Tintin shouted as she and the rest of her team arrived in the area. Well, what the hell happened here? She asked upon seeing the destruction around them. You don't want to know, Tayuya grunted out. Sai Hokage-sama has been moved to another location. Can you track him? Niji asked the Umbu. Sai nodded after a moment and formed a hand seal. Grass country border Akatsuki hideout. We must make this quick, Conan said as they took their positions. With only a few of us it will be slow work, White Zetsu commented. It doesn't matter, nothing can stop us now, Madara chuckled darkly as he stared at Naruto's still form. Let us begin, Pain grunted. Fuinjetsu Genryu Q Fujin. We're running out of time, Karui said through gritted teeth as the group of Alliance Nin dashed through the trees. I can see the entrance up ahead, Niji informed them. Is there a seal? Yujito asked him. Yes, it matches the same configuration as the others, Niji confirmed. All right, Team Asuma will remove the seal and then we can move in, Tayuya said to everyone in the area. We must hurry, it has already been several days since Reikage-sama was extracted, Sai spoke solemnly. That idiot head better not die, Yujito whispered, but everyone heard her. We're almost there, Tayuya said as they jumped out into the clearing near the cave entrance. Naruto's Mindscape Jinchuuriki seal. The massive gate holding back the Kyuubi was breaking down and the fox itself was roaring in anger and hatred. Naruto watched on as slabs of metal rained down from the ceiling of the chamber and clattered around him. I refuse to be that man's plaything again. I will not allow it. The Kyuubi roared as it threw itself against the seal. That won't help you, Fox, Naruto whispered sadly as he saw the seal begin to crack and break apart. Do something then. The Kyuubi shouted in rage. What can I do? Naruto asked simply. No! The Kyuubi's voice echoed through the chamber as the gate completely shattered and the Kyuubi was sucked out of the chamber. Goodbye, Kyuubi, Naruto whispered as a lone tear trailed down his face. The world around him was consumed in light. Grass country border Akatsuki hideout. It is finished, Pain said in triumph as Naruto's body dropped to the floor motionless. What's our next step? Conan inquired. Everyone is to return to aim immediately, then we will test the weapon, Pain spoke clearly. Madara looked over at him clearly amused, and when you sync with Geto Mazo I will take control of you and use you to release the Jubi for me. What about him? Conan asked as she nodded towards the dead Hokage. Leave him, he is of no consequence, Pain said before his hologram disappeared, soon followed by everyone else. A moment later the entrance was blown open and the Alliance Nins poured through. Naruto! Yujito shouted as she ran to him. But knew it was already too late. I must be in limbo right now. I got to say I was expecting something more, Naruto mused as he looked around the white void. The Kyuubi was a true monster in every sense of the word. Just one tail could destroy a continent, so I sealed it away in the moon and split its chakra using senjutsu, which gave me godlike chakra. What? Naruto turned quickly and spotted a man wearing samurai-like armor. Who are you? He asked. That's where I picked up the name Rakuto Sennin, and my necklace was something I created to help me control the Kyuubi's power once it was sealed in me. You're the Rakuto Sennin? Naruto asked in surprise. The prophecy draws near and you must do like I did so long ago. You can't hear me, you must be a recording or something, Naruto whispered as he listened. Repeat after me. I am the one who will establish peace and order. I am the one who will establish peace and order. You're the one who was talking to me every time I recovered a chakra crystal, Naruto deduced. Like me, there will come a time when you are no longer needed, but until then you are to maintain the moon and the biju sealed within it. How the hell can I do that? I'm dead, Naruto thought bitterly. Only a true sage can interface completely and control the Geto Mazo. What the hell is Geto Mazo? Naruto asked aloud. Even then, all 6 crystals of the 6 Paths necklace are needed to fully master Shikifujin in its complete form. What does Shikifujin, but does that have 2-8 complete form? I thought it just held back the Kyuubi, Naruto thought in surprise. After a moment of silence, the Rakuto Sennin disappeared. All was silent until... You really know how to make an entrance, don't you, Naruto? He turned swiftly to the smiling face of Namake's Minato. Hey Naruto, long time no see, Minato waved. Dad? Naruto's eyes widened as he looked over his father's face. You're kind of late, I suppose. That's actually a good thing since it would mean you're strong, Minato said with a smile. Dad, what are you? Naruto began. You're dead and the Kyuubi has been extracted. Since the Shikifujin on you has been forcefully opened, the Shinigami has to allow me to come and see you while you're still in limbo. How have you been? Minato asked. How have I been? How have I been? I'm dead, for crying out loud. Naruto shouted and Minato held his ground. Yes, you are so? Minato asked with a smile. What's with that look? Naruto asked in suspicion. You're just like your mother when you're angry, Minato commented amused. You planned this, didn't you? Naruto asked, catching on. Minato just smiled and said, there was a good chance that the man who sent Kyuubi to attack Konoha 16 years ago would try and extract it from you. Naruto huffed at that. So what? Madara is an asshole, but in case you haven't noticed, Dad, I'm still dead. I planned for that too, Minato said with a nod. Naruto cocked his head to the side, confused. How? I only sealed half of Kyuubi's chakra in you, but I sealed the other half in Shikifujin, an entirely different location, Minato explained. Where? You can only seal it inside a living container, and I was the only one there when you sealed it, Naruto asked him. Minato smiled sadly. Actually, there was one other container there, it just happened to be a grown man instead of a newborn child. Naruto quickly caught on. You? Minato nodded at that. Yes, me Kyuubi's chakra was sealed within my own body in a seal identical to yours. Why? Why would you do that? Naruto asked him. Why would you split Kyuubi's chakra in half? Minato sighed and explained. Because you needed a replacement after they removed the Kyuubi from you. A toad by the name of Geratora has the key which can open both seals completely and allow the core sealed in my body to be transferred to yours. I didn't make the key for your seal, I made it for mine. Dad, I don't know what to say, Naruto spoke after a moment. Minato just smiled and said, then don't say anything. I may not be able to return you to the land of the living, but I know you will return in a few moments anyways. How do you know that? Naruto asked, confused. Minato smiled when he sees Naruto's eyes start to glow, because you have people who still need you now more than ever. Thank you for everything, Dad. About the Kyuubi, I understand why you did it. I don't agree with you, but I understand. Naruto smiled back as his body was consumed by light and he disappeared a moment later. Just then the Rakuto Sennin reappeared at Minato's side and asked, do you think he will be alright? Yes, I do. I believe in him to bring peace to the world where everyone else has failed, Minato said with a smile. The Kyuubi has been extracted. You are no longer bound to the Shinigami, the Rakuto Sennin said clearly. What do you mean? Minato asked him. You can finally reunite with your wife, the Rikudo Sennin replied before he turned and vanished again. Minato smiled again and started walking towards the light. Grass country border Akatsuki hideout. Come on, idiot, wake up, Yujito said, trying to remain calm as she cradled the Hokage's head. Naruto, come on, open your eyes, she pleaded. This can't be happening, Tayuya muttered and clenched her fists. Don't leave me, I love you. Yujito shouted at him, tears now freely falling down her face. Almost in response, the 6 crystals attached to his necklace started to glow and a low humming could be heard echoing throughout the chamber. Suddenly a weak shockwave washed over them all before the crystals floated into the air above his head. What is that? Yujito asked as she wiped the tears from her eyes. I don't know, Tayuya shook her head, not knowing what to say. They are the chakra crystals Hokage-sama has been collecting over the years, Sai answered, surprising the group. Danzo-sama had extensive notes pertaining to the crystals, but he was unable to ascertain their purpose. In order to save his life, I will give you resurrection, but because of the Shiki Fujin, he may never be able to fight ever again. Did you guys hear that? Tayuya asked, freaking out at the voice. Hear what? Sai inquired. You may be able to give him back his life, but his eyes and body will be severely weakened, just like mine was when I sealed away the Kyuubi in the moon. Is it worth it? That, Tayuya replied in surprise. We don't hear anything, Tayuya, Yujito told her. Suddenly the crystals started to glow again and shot towards Tayuya, surprising everyone. The crystals then started to spin around her before integrating into her, and her Rinnegan suddenly activated. 2 embedded themselves in the back of her hands, another 2 in her shoulders, and the last 2 in her knees. Tayuya, are you alright? Yujito asked the redhead. I will bring peace and order. The voice that answered was not Tayuya. The redhead suddenly formed a hand seal and chakra exploded from her form, Geto Rinna Tensei no Jutsu. A large statue exploded from the ground behind them, surprising the group alliance Nins, and they backed away in fear. What is that? Kiba exclaimed in fear. Girl, the voice spoke through Tayuya again. Anchor his heart and his soul will return, it said to Yujito. Yujito looked at Tayuya's glowing Rinnegan before nodding. Be warned. Resurrection is taxing on the mind and body, as I have told my descendant he might never fight again. I understand. Yujito gave a tearful nod before turning her gaze back on the still form of Naruto. It is done. Tayuya collapsed to one knee as Naruto's body started to glow blue and yellow. The statue disappeared a moment later and the crystals returned to their place on Naruto's necklace. What the fuck was that? Tayuya groaned as pain flashed through her body. Suddenly Naruto's eyes snapped open and he gasped as air invaded his lungs once more. He coughed a few times and Yujito pulled him into a hug, surprising him as he was trying to figure out where he was. Why, Yujito? Naruto blinked before he winced as pain shot through his stomach and arms. I thought I lost you, Yujito said as she cried in relief. What happened? He looked up and saw Sai holding a barely conscious Tayuya. I don't know, Yujito answered truthfully as her hands glowed green and she started to heal the damage he had taken. I heard a voice and then I felt like someone was possessing me, Tayuya answered. I think that was the Rikudo Sennin, Naruto responded. We should leave while we can. Akatsuki could show up at any time, Sai spoke up. I don't think Akatsuki cares about us anymore, Tayuya said, shaking her head. Don't ever leave me again, Yujito said to the Hokage with a tearful smile. Yujito? Naruto asked as he stared at her. What? She asked back. Marry me. Rain Country Aim Akatsuki Headquarters. The time has finally come. We have reached our objective and now have all the Biju at our disposal. It is time we move into the final phase of the plan, Nagato spoke to the room from his chair. He turned and spoke in monotone. Is that all right with you, Madara? Cheeky Senju, fine, I'll play your game a little longer just to see if it works properly before I release the Kyuubi, Madara thought as he turned towards the leader of Akatsuki. Do what you want, Pain. The mocking in the man's tone was ignored. Nagato made a hand seal and called out, Kuchios Geto Mazo. Suddenly a large demonic statue with 9 eyes erupted from the ground in the center of the chamber. Now can begin. Be careful, Nagato, Konan said to him as cable-like spikes erupted from the hands from the statue and struck all 6 paths of pain along with Nagato himself. It is done. I am now completely synchronized with Geto Mazo. Nagato spoke from his chair. Who shall be the first target? Madara inquired with a smirk behind his mask. Just a little more, and then I will force him to use Rinne Tensei on me, he thought as his Sharingan began to spin. Konoha, Nagato answered as the statue began to glow. The roof opened up and the statue turned its head upwards to the sky. Chakra started pooling out of the 9 eyes and concentrated at the mouth of the statue where it compressed into a large ball of energy. Peace has arrived, Nagato spoke as the ball glowed and launched itself into the sky. Several seconds passed, and the ball dissolved into nothingness. It didn't work, Madara gritted his teeth in anger. Why didn't it work? He growled out. Nagato closed his eyes and concentrated. It's the Kyuubi, the yin half of its chakra is missing. The Kyuubi Senju Naruto, that annoying little brat, he must have planned this. Madara's voice was laced with anger. What do we do? Konan asked the two. I will capture Namake's Naruto and we take the rest of the Kyuubi's chakra, Nagato stated clearly. So close, Madara thought angrily. So what's the prognosis, Doc? Will I live? Naruto asked jokingly. You're lucky to be alive, Hokage-sama, Shizen answered as she finished healing his wounds. What's your point? Naruto blinked. Shizen sighed and went back to work on the wounds on his back. Without the Kyuubi, your healing factor has lessened significantly. With Reikage-sama having returned to Kumo to organize their forces and Tsunade-sama no longer with us, I can only do the best I can. Don't worry about it, Shizen Ne-chan, you're one of the best around and a student of Senju Tsunade. Not many can boast about that, just patch me up enough to walk on my own and it'll be fine, Naruto told her. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, you're as far from fine as you can get. Your chakra coils are all but destroyed, your internal organs are barely holding themselves together and your immune system is almost non-existent. Reikage-sama wasn't as bonded to the Nibi as you were to the Kyuubi, so unlike her you actually need rest, Shizen stated clearly. Thanks for caring, Shizen Ne-chan, but I know my body better than anyone, so please finish, Naruto said with a smile. Shizen's hands stopped glowing a moment later. It's done, but I recommend that you don't do anything stressful for at least a few days. Naruto put on his new coat and smiled again. I'll try not to, but no promises. Shizen sighed, knowing that was the best she was going to get. Just be careful. Aren't I always? Naruto waved as he left. Shizen snorted as the door closed. Now to get some ramen, Naruto whispered as he took off towards Ikaraku's. I thought I'd find you here, Inai-san, Konohamaru called as he entered the ramen stand. Hey Konohamaru, where have you been hiding? Naruto greeted back. You've grown, he said. Kinda been on missions with my team, Konohamaru had the decency to blush. You're a genin now? Naruto asked, seeing the Natai on the young Sarutobi's head. Yeah, Konohamaru nodded and showed him the Natai. Who's your sensei? Naruto inquired. Ebisu-sensei, Konohamaru answered sheepishly. That pervert? Naruto asked in surprise. Konohamaru nodded. He's not so bad. He's been teaching us stuff. If you say so, Naruto shrugged and went back to his ramen. After a few moments of silence, Konohamaru spoke up again. Inai-chan, I heard that you beat the last Uchiha at the summit. The news is all over the village, and they even say you conquered death in order to come back to us. Naruto chuckled slightly but didn't take his eyes off of the ramen in front of him. Actually, it was Tayuya that saved my life, and yes, I did kill Sasuke. Aren't you happy you don't have to deal with something like that anymore? Konohamaru asked, confused. Despite how far Sasuke had fallen, I still considered him a friend. I may have gotten angry at him all the time for his actions, but he was still a friend, and I can't hate him for that, Naruto replied. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Konohamaru said after a moment. I pray that you never do, Naruto said with a smile. He stood up a moment later. Thanks for the ramen, old man. Anytime, Hokage-sama, Tuchi said as he took the now empty ramen bowl on the table. Inai-san, I don't know what's bothering you, but the village needs you now more than ever as its Rokudaime Hokage, Konohamaru said clearly as he saw Naruto stop just outside of the stand. I know, Konohamaru, you shouldn't worry so much. I won't let anything happen to Konoha, that's a promise, Naruto swore and started away from the stand. It was going to be a long day. Fire Country, Hokage's Monument, 4th Hokage's Head. Naruto walked through the dark and narrow halls of the monument. He knew his destination. It was the real Hokage tomb where the previous Hokages had been put to rest. The ones in the graveyard were just gravestones, but their real graves were inside the heads of the monument itself. He continued to walk until he came across the small closed door that was covered by a genjutsu which connected to the tomb of the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto took a deep breath before wiping blood across the genjutsu, causing it not only to dispel but also deactivate the various blood seals covering the door. He opened the door a moment later, took another deep breath and entered into the chamber beyond. It was dark for a moment before light flickered on and he could fully see the room. It was mostly empty with a few scrolls littering it, but what really caught his attention was the large stone grave in the center. Naruto approached the stone and pushed the cover off to reveal the motionless form of his deceased father. He hadn't even started to decompose, and Naruto's Rinnegan told him that the body was still containing a functioning chakra core, which he saw was located in a very familiar seal on the man's stomach. Naruto took a step back and just stared for a second, a minute, an hour, an eternity. He bit his thumb and formed several hand seals before slamming his hand down on the floor a moment later. Kuchios no Jutsu, Naruto whispered as the key toad, Giratora, appeared in a poof of smoke. Ha! Where am I? Who summons me? Giratora demanded. The Kyuubi Jinchuuriki, well, former actually, Naruto responded. Ah, I know you. Jiraiya wanted me to go to you if he were to die against pain. I heard the Kyuubi was extracted from you, so what do you want with me? Giratora questioned in annoyance. I want you to give me the key, Naruto replied simply. Why? Without the Kyuubi the key is useless, Giratora asked, confused. Not as useless as you would think, Naruto countered. Fine, Giratora sighed and unraveled the large scroll in front of the blonde. Place your hand on the scroll to transfer the key to you, he said simply. Naruto did as asked and the scroll glowed slightly. It is done. Giratora put the scroll away a moment later. What are you going to do with it? Gain the Kyuubi's Yin chakra, Naruto answered simply. Yin chakra? I thought that was inside the seal, Giratora commented. Only the Kyuubi's Yang chakra was sealed in me and my seal along with its will. The rest of it is sealed here, Naruto answered as he approached the body of his father. Naruto opened his jacket to reveal the seal on his stomach before doing the same to his father, and his hand started glowing blue. He pressed into both of the seals, one after the other, and they started glowing blue and red. The two seals connected a second later, and Naruto bit back the scream that threatened to explode from his mouth. Red chakra cascaded throughout the room for several long and agonizing seconds before it suddenly stopped. Naruto fell to one knee after that and coughed blood onto the stone floor. He then placed his hand on his seal once more and closed it, locking the new core within it. He stood a moment later and brought his now clenched fist up to his face. Are you okay? Giratora asked worriedly. Yeah, I feel great, Naruto answered, and truthfully he did. His healing factor had returned to normal and he could feel his injuries repairing themselves. Wait, what? Red chakra exploded from his body, surprising them both before Naruto's Rinnegan activated and the crystals on his necklace started glowing. Even then, all 6 crystals of the 6 Paths necklace are needed to fully master Shikifujin in its complete form. Is this what he was talking about? Naruto thought as he felt the sinister chakra engulf him and condense. Oh crap, he thought as the chakra took the shape of a fox with 4 tails. This feels different than last time. Why? Naruto thought as he flexed his chakra claws. Only the Kyuubi's Yang chakra was sealed in me and my seal along with its will. Dad, I don't know whether to hit you or thank you. Deliberately sealed Kyuubi's will with its Yang chakra inside my seal so Madara could extract it while keeping the Yin chakra alone in yours so I could use it without Kyuubi's influence. That's insane, Naruto thought with a smile as he looked down at his father. Naruto? Giratora asked nervously. I'm fine. In fact, I've never been better. I don't have to constantly fight the Kyuubi's for control of its chakra anymore, Naruto answered before releasing the chakra and returning to normal. What are you going to do now? Giratora asked a moment later as he watched Naruto reseal his father's grave. That's simple. I'm going to call a war council and we're going to discuss what I'm going to do about Akatsuki, Naruto replied with a smirk. Like me, there will come a time when you are no longer needed, but until then you are to maintain the moon and the Biju sealed within it. I won't fail, Naruto thought determined as he exited the chamber with Giratora and resealed it. Fire Country Hokage's Monument Council Chamber. Any idea why Hokage-sama called this meeting? Inoichi asked as he sat down. Not a clue, but I'm willing to bet it has something to do with Akatsuki, Shikaku shrugged. It looks like everyone is surprised that he's called a meeting so soon after the last battle with Akatsuki, Inoichi commented. There he is, Chosa spoke up as he saw the Rokudaime Hokage enter the room. Hokage-sama, why have you called us here? Tsum asked, looking intrigued. I'm here to inform you of my decision, Naruto replied unaffected. Decision? Shibi asked in monotone. 1 week from now I will be going alone to Amigakure no Sato and I will be confronting Pain personally, Naruto declared, and the council suddenly burst into protest. I know what you are thinking, but I am the Hokage and the Hokage's duty demands that I face this threat against Konoha, and that's exactly what I intend to do, he continued, and the room fell silent. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious, Inoichi spoke up in disbelief. You have already been captured once, and with the Kyuubi extracted from you, you are in no shape to wage a one-man war. You would be correct if I didn't have the Kyuubi still sealed inside me, Naruto responded, surprising the room. You mean you still have the Kyuubi? Shikaku asked with narrowed eyes. How is that possible? My dad was a genius, that's all I'm saying on the matter, Naruto replied. Hokage-sama, you can't go alone, Inoichi spoke simply. I'm not going alone, I'm taking several combat toads including Gamabunta with me, Naruto responded. That's not what I mean, Inoichi continued frantically. Inoichi, let him go, Shikaku said to his friend. Shikaku? Inoichi asked, confused. He's made his choice just like his father had. We have no right to interfere, Shikaku replied. Naruto nodded at his words. Akatsuki has already shown that they don't care about any of the major villages. I'm going to show them why they shouldn't mess with people's lives like they've been doing. I can't believe you're going to do this, Taiyuya said again as Naruto and several of his clones looked over the scrolls littering the room. What you believe and what's happening are two very different things, Naruto responded as he picked up the forbidden scroll of sealing. No, I can kind of understand leaving me in charge while you're gone, but what I don't get is the fact that you are going after Akatsuki. Am I the only one just a little freaked out by that? The redhead asked him. I agree, Hokage-sama, to challenge Akatsuki like this the outcome is almost certain death, Sai continued. Well, I've died once already, Naruto shrugged, clearly not caring, and attached the forbidden scroll to his back. You two keep things together until I get back, he waved before disappearing a poof of smoke. Gakukuchios no Jutsu, Taiyuya sighed worriedly. He will be fine, Sai reassured her. The redhead nodded with a small smile. I can only imagine what the Kumo bitch's reaction is going to be like when she hears of what he's doing. Summon Realm Myobokuzan. Welcome back, Fukasaku said with a smile as Naruto found himself in the living room. Naruto looked down at the noodles on the table in front of him and sweat dropped. I am not eating that. You'll eat it and you'll like it, Shima called from the kitchen. Yes, ma'am, Naruto sighed in defeat. I see you have the scroll, Fukasaku commented upon seeing the large scroll on his back. It took a while to find, but yeah, I got it, Naruto nodded as he dropped the scroll down to his side. After lunch well get started, we also need to work on your sage mode without Kyuubi influencing you. I maybe be able to completely bond with you, Fukasaku said with a grin. Naruto just nodded and, reluctantly, started eating his noodles. Are you sure about this course of action, Naruto boy? Fukasaku asked the blonde Hokage. I'm fully prepared to fight, Naruto answered as he put on his coat. The Toad Elder sighed and nodded. I understand. Ma is already in the area and should be ready for what we have planned. I never thanked you, Naruto said, surprising Fukasaku. For what? The Toad Elder inquired. For staying with Eros and Nin up until the end, Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto, tell me the truth, you are planning on living through this, aren't you? Fukasaku asked seriously. As the Rokudaime Hokage of Konoha, I will do what I must to protect those closest to me, Naruto declared. Fukasaku sighed and chuckled. That you got from your father. Suddenly they both felt a pulling sensation and knew what it meant. It seems Ma is in position. Prepare yourself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two disappeared in poofs of smoke. Rain Country, Aim Akatsuki headquarters. Are you sure? Pain questioned, now having his full attention on Zetsu. Positive he is on his way here as we speak, White Zetsu reported. I'm surprised he was able to survive the extraction. Conan took a breath. But to be ready to fight again after going through that only a week ago? Something is not right here, and that boy is at the center of it. I agree, Pain nodded and turned towards his benefactor. This is an unexpected move on his part. He knows that we will want to recapture him, he added. That boy, if the fool wants to die, then so be it, capture him at any cost, Madara said as he tried to contain his anger. Senju Naruto had defied him on a number of occasions, with the next always worse than the last. First the brat had killed Itachi, so he was unable to completely control Sasuke, and then he killed Danzo, making it virtually impossible for Madara to control Sasuke at all. Even after being captured and extracted, he was proving to be a pain. Madara knew that there was a chance that Naruto's little bitch of a sister might be able to revive him, but Madara had planned on it so he could see the look on the boy's face when he finally became the I the Jinchuuriki. Instead, not only did Naruto retain some if not all of Kyuubi's power, but he was launching a direct attack on the Akatsuki headquarters. The audacity of it! The boy was insulting him by merely living, but to charge at him without a care, as if the boy could actually beat a god like himself. Not only that, but there was a very real possibility that the Naruto might be able to defeat Pain even with Conan aiding him. He was also a wielder of the Rinnegan, and Naruto could match Pain blow for blow, if no, not if, when it came to that he could win. If there was one thing he had learned about the boy, it was that it was a mistake to underestimate him. If Naruto were to defeat Pain and Conan, then Madara would have to go into hiding again, maybe for 1,000 years. That was unacceptable. He needed to deal with Naruto himself should it come that. But that was a problem in itself. There was one crucial detail which no one seemed to realize except for Orochimaru when they had met. Uchiha Madara was already dead. He died in combat against the Yondaime Hokage back at the Valley of the End, but his spirit wasn't claimed by the Shinigami. He had spent the next few decades trying to solidify his ghost-like form and eventually succeeded, but he knew without an actual body it would be impossible for him to fight at full strength ever again. Orochimaru was the only one to realize that, or at least that was what Madara thought when he heard the snake Sannin researching the Yondaime Hokage's jutsu to temporarily bring back the dead and control them. Madara knew that if someone were able to use that jutsu to reconstruct his body, then the user would be able to control him instead of the other way around. His fears had been realized when Orochimaru used the jutsu to temporarily resurrect the Shodai and Yondaime Hokages to do battle with the Sandaime Hokage 4 years ago. Thankfully, Orochimaru was killed before he could complete that jutsu and reconstruct Madara's form. It was times like these that Madara really hated the most, when his plans were set back for a time. As long as he was still wounded from his battle with the Shodai Hokage, then he knew he would be no match for Naruto or Pain in a fight. He would be able to avoid almost any blow, but he wouldn't be able to really do any damage either, and if Naruto were to unleash the Kyuubi, he doubted even his invulnerability would be enough to withstand its attacks. Madara turned towards the large demonic statue in the center of the room, and his Sharingan spun wildly. A plan started to formulate inside Madara's mind, and he quickly deduced the outcome of each and every scenario as they came until only the most benefiting outcome remained. It was not something he wanted, but knew it was necessary in order to accomplish his goal. Suddenly Pain snapped his head to the side, catching everyone's attention, and Madara knew that the time had come. "What is it, Nagato?" Conan asked the Rinnegan user. "He's here," was Pain's answer. "Tajukuchios no Jutsu." 3 voices called out as one. 3 explosions of smoke caught the attention of everyone in range, and soon 3 large battle toads appeared to cause the destruction that was sure to follow. Rain pelted the ground as the toads struck and started leveling the village building by building, slaughtering any means that came at them. The boss toad Gamabunta swung his large blade and cut through the supports of one of the towering buildings and watched with pride as it fell, killing almost everyone inside it. While this was happening, a single figure rushed through the shadows, making sure to use the distraction his summons were creating as a means to get to his true enemies. Movement on the right caught his attention, and he stopped, flinging a 3-pronged kunai as he slowed. "Namake's Naruto," spoke a tall blue-haired woman who appeared to be made out of paper. "You must be Konan Fukasaku-sensei mentioned you. How did a student of Ero Sennin end up like you?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "Jiraiya-sensei was a great man, a fool, but a great man nevertheless," Conan admitted. Yeah, well, I guess that makes me a fool too, Naruto shrugged. Pain is on his way. Come quietly, and we will finally be able to bring peace to this world, Conan said clearly. You'll have to catch me first, Naruto shot back and closed his eyes. He smirked and opened them in order to reveal his hybrid mode fully activate. Thanks for the warning about pain. It was a great help. Hiraishin no Jutsu. He disappeared in a flash of yellow light a second later. What? Conan thought in alarm. Naruto reappeared in a yellow flash of light near the center of the village in front of the Toad Elders. Great timing, Naruto said with a smirk as Shima picked up the three-pronged kunai they had thrown on the ground. We're near the center. Are you sure about this, Naruto? You know a lot of innocents will die today if you do this, Fukasaku stated. Hopefully it won't come to that, Naruto responded as he formed a hand seal. Climb on and let's do this, he finished. Fukasaku sighed and nodded. Very well, Naruto boy. Let's show these hoodlums what we think of them killing Jiraiya boy, Shima spoke and formed a hand seal along with her husband. Senpo Ryosei no Jutsu. The two-toed called out as they integrated into Naruto's shoulders in matter of seconds. Well, gather sage chakra for you, so don't worry about your clones, Fukasaku told the young Hokage. I would still prefer if I had one clone on standby just in case. Naruto nodded, and after creating a clone he jumped up the side of a building. He ran straight up, jumping from building to building until a large centipede erupted from the wall he was running up. Kuchios no Jutsu. Animal Path exclaimed as she appeared riding the centipede. Looks like Pain got himself a new summoning body to replace the one Jiraiya boy destroyed, Fukasaku commented. It doesn't matter, Naruto responded as he dodged the falling debris and threw a three-pronged kunai at Animal. The path evaded it easily but was unprepared for Naruto disappearing in a flash of light. Hiraishin no Jutsu. The blonde Hokage called out as he appeared above her in an instant. Raisin Rinnegan. He exclaimed as he slammed a pair of spinning chakra spheres into her gut, blowing her downwards along with the centipede. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto whispered as a clone, minus the Toad Elders, appeared at his side and threw him upwards onto the side of the building. You've gotten better at aerial combat, I see, Fukasaku commented. 3 more coming from below. Shima shouted as she saw Deva, Naraka, and Azura dashing up the building towards them. I see them, Naruto nodded and started running up the side of the building. Azura threw off his Akatsuki cloak and ripped open his right arm to reveal dozens of missiles. They fired, swerving in order to follow their target, and closed in on Naruto above. Naruto narrowly evaded the barrage as explosions riddled the side of the building, and when the dust cleared, the 3 paths were running alongside him. Damn, doesn't this guy ever quit? Naruto asked in frustration. Shinra Tensei, Deva whispered and sent a blast of gravity at the blonde. Shinra Tensei, Naruto countered with his own jutsu, and an echoing bang echoed through the air between them. So I was right, he muttered knowingly. Our gravity jutsu cancelled each other out, Pain mused as they approached the roof of the tower. What is he up to? Asked the god of rain silently. Naruto quickly reached the edge of the roof, and with all his strength he jumped high into the air above the industrial shinobi village. Deva's eyes widened in comprehension. He's planning too. Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenin. The world around them distorted as the world seemed to be blown away and pulled in at the same time. All those watching on saw a sphere of mutilated space ripping everything inside apart in a matter of seconds. Naruto and Deva hovered above the village for a few long seconds before they both dropped down to the street below, where several towers now lay in ruins. That was too close, Conan muttered as she appeared at his side in a spiral of papers. Suddenly the other 5 paths appeared at their side. Are you all right, Nagato? No, Deva answered simply. He narrowed his eyes at the blonde Hokage standing a few feet in front of him. You had this plan, didn't you, Namikaze Naruto? You mean force you to use a full-powered Bansho Tenin to counter me? Yeah, I did, and now you can't use your gravity jutsus for another 5 minutes. More than enough time to deal with you, Naruto declared with a fox-like grin. Stay back, Conan, Deva spoke as Naruto shot forward. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto whispered, and 2 clones appeared at his side. Tsuin Kuchios no Jutsu, Animal spoke as she slapped her hand down on the stone ground. 2 large animals, a rhino and a ram, appeared in twin poofs of smoke and charged to approaching Sage. The two clones brought their hands up to Naruto's and started charging 2 spheres of spinning chakra. After the jutsus had formed, the two clones stayed at his side, keeping them stable, but as soon as they were in range, the two clones jumped to the side. "Show Udama Rinnegan!" Naruto exclaimed as he slammed the 2 now huge chakra spheres into the summoned creatures at the same time. The chakra balls exploded, destroying the 2 summoned animals and blowing away a few square blocks of the village. Konan reformed herself and looked on with surprise at the devastation the young sage had brought. All 6 paths of pain stood atop the nearby collection of rubble that was once the trading center of the village. He looked to be unconcerned, but she knew him long enough to see that he was in fact troubled by this development. "Kuchios no Jutsu!" Animal called out and sent her bird-like summon at him. Naruto saw it coming and took the attack straight on before disappearing in a poof of smoke, signifying he was a clone. "Rinnegan!" Naruto exclaimed as he appeared behind her and slammed a spinning sphere of chakra into her back. She fell lifeless a moment later, and he caught her body before placing her on the ground as the others turned towards him. "You know, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's others desecrating people's bodies," he spoke clearly as he looked down at the girl's face. "You cannot understand my actions," Deva responded simply. "Where is the real you?" Naruto asked, surprising the 5 Akatsuki members. "You clearly aren't among these 6, so where are you?" he asked again. "You really are something else, Namikaze Naruto," Deva said with a small, almost mocking chuckle. "You didn't answer my question," Naruto commented. "Not that it matters. As soon as I'm done with these abominations you've created, I'm going to be coming after the real you, and well, settle this then." As the Uzumaki no Rinnegan. The declaration made Konan tense. "Nagato. Konan, come to me. This is a battle between gods, not men and women," Deva said clearly. Konan nodded and disappeared in a swirl of paper. "I'm on my way, Shikigami no Mai." "Naruto boy, are you ready?" Fukasaku asked from the Hokage's shoulder. "Ready," Naruto nodded in confirmation and formed a hand seal. "Then let's do this," Shima finished. "Senpo Gomen." The 3 called out together as the oil, wind, and fire amplified each other into a wave of pure destruction. "Fujitsu Kyuin," Preta whispered as he quickly absorbed the stream of liquid fire sent at them. "Watch it, Naruto boy, that pain can absorb jutsu like you," Shima informed him. "I thought so," Naruto grinned in response as the 2 clones he had made earlier appeared behind the 5 remaining paths Bunshin Daibakuha. The 2 clones exploded right on top of the 5 paths. "Fujitsu Kyuin," Preta countered, and the explosions were absorbed within moments. Suddenly the real Naruto appeared in front of him and slugged him across the face, shattering it instantly. "Kawazu Kyumite!" he exclaimed as the Preta path fell to the ground, dead. "Doton Dorihiki," Deva charged forward as he created a ball behind the blonde, effectively trapping him. "Damn it, he trapped me," Naruto thought before he felt Deva shove a chakra blade of some kind through his shoulder, pinning him to the wall behind him and forcing the Toad Elders to break off from the blonde. "Naruto boy!" Shima called in worry as she and her husband landed a few feet away. "You know what pain," Naruto grunted out as he looked up into his opponent's eyes. "I thought that when I finally fought you I would feel anger and hatred. But I don't feel like that at all. I feel complete for the first time in my life." The 2 simply stared at each other's Rinnegan. "Right here and right now I will stop you, and I will stop Madara from plunging this world into a never-ending nightmare," he vowed. "My way is the only way to achieve true peace. Madara is a fool for thinking I would play along with his games. I am going to use the Biju, and I will create a weapon which will instill fear and pain to future generations so they will be afraid to fight and kill one another," Pain stated clearly. "Your peace is the same as Madara's. It's nothing but an illusion," Naruto grunted out and smirked at him. "Then what would you do instead?" Pain inquired in monotone. "ID endure, ID survive, and ID bring everyone together and make them understand each other." "It's already started at the Kage Summit," Naruto answered with a pain chuckle. "Just because they can understand each other doesn't mean they can come in agreement," Pain countered. "Maybe that's true, and so what?" Naruto asked. "The world can't be saved so easily. Fighting is a part of human nature. We've been fighting for as long as we can remember and will continue to fight until we're all dead. If that is the peace you seek, then fight for it, if you can," Pain practically dared him. I already have. Sage chakra spread through the chakra blade and pulsed into the air and then into the direction of the largest tower in the village. I found you, he said tauntingly. He tracked me with that blasted sage mode of his, Pain realized before red chakra exploded from Naruto's body, forcing him to back away. When the light died down, Naruto could be seen on all fours covered in a dense sinister crimson chakra in the shape of a fox with 6 tails. A skeleton of some kind outlined his form and he roared the god of rain. Naruto boy? Fukasaku asked hesitantly. I'm fine, Naruto reassured him to the surprise of Pain. He's mastered the Kyuubi's chakra? Pain thought with narrowed eyes and a little worry. The cubified Naruto shot forward in an instant and took down Ajiro with one strike before he could react. The punch released a shockwave large enough to destroy a good chunk of the outer village, though thankfully everyone had already evacuated. This is going to be more difficult than the I the Jinchuuriki, Pain mused, and Naruto was upon him again. Shinra Tensei! He exclaimed, his powers having finally returned. Naruto planted 4 of his tails into the ground and roared, blowing the Deva path back and forcing Human to catch him. He deflected Shinra Tensei with chakra alone. Blue and red orbs suddenly started to gather at Naruto's mouth and compressed into a fist-sized sphere of black energy. Rokubiko Imari, he started. Bansho Tenin. Deva interrupted quickly as a building was literally dropped on Naruto. The impact sent Naruto's jutsu astray and it exploded in a blinding light. Just outside the village, teams from Konoha, Kumo, Suna, Iwa, and Kiri were just arriving when they saw the horizon light up the sky like a second sun. What the hell is that? Kankuro asked as the light died down. That must be Naruto, Tayuya answered as smoke trailed off into the sky from the source of the blast. That reckless idiot, Yujito said through gritted teeth, clearly worried. Deva stood up with his Akatsuki cloak now ruined and Human laying motionless on the ground at his side. The cubified Naruto stood a few meters away and smirked like a demon. The Kyuubi's power, it's magnificent, Pain commented in thought. He formed a hand seal and whispered, Chibaku Tensei. A ball of gravity formed in his hand and he hurled it into the air above them. Crap, Naruto grunted out as he was pulled upwards along with several buildings and a good chunk of the earth itself. The miniature moon formed within moments and Naruto found himself buried inside it. I have no choice, he thought before he closed his eyes, and the moon enlarged. Pain narrowed his eyes when he saw a chunk of the moon get blown off. What? Suddenly a large fox with 9 tails burst from the moon's surface and roared at him. To think he was this powerful. He brought up his hands and readied himself. He dug himself out of Chibaku Tensei with pure chakra. I should enlarge while I doubt he will be as easy to contain as the Hachibi. Suddenly a black ball of chakra formed at the fox's mouth and Pain's eyes widened slightly. Oh no! Kyubiko Imari! Naruto roared as he unleashed an enormous blast of chakra, carving out a good portion of Amigakure no Sato and wiping out everything it touched. Such outrageous strength, I can't hold it. Naruto broke free of Chibaku Tensei, but the artificial construct remained as the massive fox touched back down on the earth just outside of the village. Pain jumped up high and hurled the miniature moon at Naruto. Bansho Tenin. Chibaku Tensei slammed into the fox's side with a mighty explosion, causing Naruto to stagger and allow Pain to close the distance between them. Naruto spun as fast he could, his tails ripping open the earth as he turned and roared, creating a shockwave which leveled several buildings and blew Pain away. You can't win, Pain! Naruto roared as Pain jumped to the side. He is too strong, Pain admitted as Naruto swiped a tail at him, resulting in a massive shockwave. The village is in ruins and a lot of Ainins have died. If he turns his attention on my true body, then I will surely be killed, he continued. Just then the fox started to contract and shrink. What is he doing? Is he suppressing Kyuubi's chakra? Why? Naruto sighed as the last of the red chakra left him. That was close, I almost lost control again. Even without Kyuubi influencing me, if I use that chakra for too long it will consume me. He turned his attention back to his opponent a second later. What are you waiting for? Let's finish this, he said as he felt his sage chakra replenish from his only sage clone which he had made before they started. He's already in sage mode, he's got stamina, it'll give him that. I had to confirm the power of the Kyuubi, but I never even imagined Chibaku Tensei wouldn't be enough, Pain thought tiredly. Suddenly Naraku and a resurrected animal appeared at his side. Kuchios no Jutsu, Animal whispered as she summoned the remaining 3 resurrected paths. Fu and Kai! Naruto exclaimed as he released a volley of 3-pronged kunai from a pair of containment scrolls. The kunai sailed through the air and hit the ground around the 6 paths of Pain. No! Pain thought as his paths tried to jump away. It was too late. Hiraishin no Jutsu! Yellow light flashed across the battlefield and silence then reigned. 5 of the 6 paths fell to the ground, defeated including the Naraku path. Deva was breathing hard now and stood in the center of a crater with the kunai littering its edges. Obviously he had blown them away before Naruto attacked, but was unable to save his other bodies, leaving only the Deva path still capable of fighting. Pain took a deep breath and asked, "Why don't you just give up? You have no real answer. No solution. Isn't it time for you to give up? Can I just say one thing?" Naruto asked as he formed several hand seals. Futon Kazurian no Jutsu! He exclaimed and threw out a punch, sending a large dragon of wind. Shinra Tensei! Pain called out and the dragon shattered. Just then he saw Naruto charging a jutsu in his hand. "He can't throw that jutsu. I've got 5 seconds. I can do this." 5. Give up! Naruto shouted as the clone at his side threw into the air towards Pain. 4. He closed in, the wind aiding him as he approached. 3. Trying to make me give up! The blonde shouted. 2. Pain's eyes widened as Naruto drew closer and thrust out his jutsu towards the Deva path. 1. Rasengan! With an echoing war cry Naruto struck, burying the spiraling sphere into the Deva path's gut. 0. Pain was blown back and crashed hard into the upturned dirt scattered around the area. Naruto skidded to a halt a few feet away, breathing hard and bleeding from his eyes. He fell to one knee and coughed blood onto the ground before looking up at where Pain had fallen. "I think I overdid it on that one," Naruto thought as he steadied his breathing. He shakily stood up a moment later. "Sage mode is depleted and my body can't handle much more of Kyuubi's chakra. Thankfully my Rinnegan has recharged." He approached the deceased Deva path and pulled out one of its chakra receivers. He stabbed it in out his hand and sent a blast of sage chakra through it, found him now to meet the real Pain. He threw the receiver to the side and turned towards the highest tower in the village. It was on the southern side of the city-sized village and remained standing along with almost every building in that area. He took off onto the rooftops, leaving the battlefield where he had fought the 6 paths and closed in on the main body of Pain Nagato. Rain Country Aim Tower of Pain. Rasengan, the door to the main chamber exploded off its hinges and Naruto entered a moment later. Once inside he saw a pair of figures in the center. One of them sat in a sort of mechanized chair and the other was the blue-haired woman he knew as Konan. "Are you the real one?" Naruto asked the one in the chair. "So peace has arrived, eh?" Nagato inquired as his Rinnegan glowed a dull gray. "You must be Nagato," Naruto whispered as his hands clenched at his side. "Do you hate me? Now that you see me before you?" Nagato asked as he analyzed the blonde. "No," Naruto answered after a moment. "No?" Nagato inquired with narrowed eyes. "I came here to find out what I would feel if I saw the real you," Naruto whispered and looked down at the ground as his eyes darkened. "What you would feel and?" Nagato asked. "I'm angry at you, but I don't hate you," Naruto answered and looked back up with his Rinnegan glowing pure yellow. "You don't hate me, then you are like me. You are no longer human either," Nagato commented with a sigh. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked sharply. "If you were human you would feel pure hatred of me and try to kill me. That is the way humans are and the way it has always been. Their love breeds hatred and the world becomes a harsher place to live as hatred consumes everything it touches. No human would forgive me so easily," Nagato stated clearly. "You underestimate humanity," Naruto said simply. "Perhaps, but it no longer matters," Nagato said with a sigh. "Namake's Naruto surrender now and we can finally bring peace to this world. We can finally break this chain of hatred," he continued. "I refuse to believe that is the only answer," Naruto declared simply. "So be it. Stand aside, Konan," Nagato ordered and took his arms out of the chair's supports. "Nagato, you are a descendant of the Rakuto Sennin like me and a student of Ero Sennin. You want to bring peace to the world, I understand, but what you're doing is wrong. If you accomplish your goal and create your weapon, then all you will be doing is giving humanity a power that it is not ready for, Naruto stated clearly. What do you mean? Nagato asked, intrigued. Naruto continued a moment later. We might never be ready for that kind of power. Hell, I think the Rikudo Sennin made a mistake when he taught Jutsu to the world. Humanity wasn't ready for that kind of power at the time, and we've been paying for that mistake ever since. I won't let you make another. If you do this, then you will give humanity the means to destroy itself. Using fear of weapons isn't going to work, because eventually a madman is going to come along who just wants to see the world burn. Silence fell on the chamber after his declaration. Then what do you suggest? Nagato shot back after a moment. Endure, keep moving forward, and ease the pain of others, Naruto answered slowly. Like I said earlier, the world can't be saved so easily. Fighting is a part of human nature and can't be suppressed with fear, he continued as he remembered the mission to Wave Country 3 years ago. Inari and everyone else rose up to defend their home after being given hope despite their fear of Gato. That's where your logic is flawed, Nagato. What nonsense, Nagato shook his head at the blonde's words. Endure? Keep moving forward? Don't make me laugh, he continued. The only way to establish peace and order is to force everyone to feel true pain and fear. Why do you believe that? Naruto asked him. Because it is the truth, Nagato shot back. Maybe you're right, but my answer still stands. Perhaps someday the world will be ready for that power, but right now we aren't. I will bring peace and order, Naruto declared. That's Nagato began. What is it, Nagato? Konan asked her partner. The words of the Rikudo Sennin. I wear the Six Paths necklace, I wield the Rinnegan, and I can control natural energy. You may not have been able to believe in Arrow Sennin, but you can believe in me to do what's right. Help me ease the pain in this world, Naruto finished. Nagato Konan thought as she looked over her partner. Several moments of silence fell on the chamber. Very well, I will believe in you, Namake's Naruto Senju. Naruto. Nagato nodded with a sigh and removed his arms from their resting places at his side. He formed a hand seal and declared to the room, Geto Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. Wait! Nagato, if you use that jutsu with your current chakra levels, then Konan started. No, this is my end. If I am to die, then I will do so by easing the pain of others, Nagato whispered harshly as his skin became whiter and his hair turned gray. Naruto, I entrust everything to you. Do not disappoint me, he rasped out. You're resurrecting everyone that died today, aren't you? Naruto asked him sadly. Love breeds conflict, conflict creates wars, and wars bring pain and hatred to everyone. The younger generation like you and your companions shouldn't have to clean our mess. I wonder if all of this is the will of a true god. Nagato slumped over in his chair, and Konan was as he passed away with tears flowing down her cheeks. Are you going to be okay? Naruto asked her hesitantly as she wrapped Nagato's body up in papers. Yes, she answered after a moment. She turned to him a moment later. I need to bury Nagato and Yahiko, the Deva path you defeated. I'm sorry, Naruto apologized. You have no reason to be. You did what you felt was right, and so did he. Nagato believed in you to bring peace. I will believe in you too, Konan finished. So what now? Naruto asked her. Head down into the tunnels below the village. There you will find Geto Mazo and Madara, Konan answered. Thank you, Naruto bowed in respect to his fallen opponents before dashing out of the chamber. Konan watched him go silently. As soon as I bury Nagato and Yahiko, I will aid you and kill Zetsu. Today would mark the end of the Akatsuki. One way or the other. He was coming. There was no denying it now, at least not with the ruins of Amigakure no Sato overhead and the silence that now overshadowed the world around him. Uchiha Madara hurried to interface with Geto Mazo directly, knowing pain was no doubt defeated and Konan was with him when he fell. This led to one undeniable fact. Senju Naruto had single-handedly defeated Amigakure no Sato and 2 Akatsuki members. The military power of a shinobi nation had been defeated by one man. It was ludicrous. And now Madara had to accelerate his plan, knowing that the Kyuubi Jinchuuriki was now too strong to face in his weakened form. His only hope now was to attempt to unleash Geto Mazo on that Senju brat and rip the rest of Kyuubi's chakra from his corpse. Suddenly he heard footsteps coming down the corridor just as the chakra spikes from Geto Mazo had punctured his skin. He turned as he drew on the power contained within the statue and glared at the approaching Yondaime Hokage, who was just entering the room now. Uchiha Madara, Naruto growled out when he saw the masked Akatsuki benefactor. You are too late, Senju. I have completely interfaced with Geto Mazo. Even without the Kyuubi's Yang Chakra, there are still 9 tails worth of power inside Geto Mazo. Within moments, I will release the Jubi and become its Jinchuuriki. Madara sneered as chakra started to swirl around his body. I won't let that happen, Naruto stated clearly. And how do you plan to stop me? I have already merged the Biju back into the Jubi within Geto Mazo. The only thing missing is you. The moment the words left Madara's mouth, the mouth of the statue opened and a spirit-like dragon shot out towards Naruto. Crap! Naruto thought as he narrowly dodged to the side. Shinra Tensei! He called out, but it had no effect on the dragon. That's definitely not a physical jutsu. It's not even like an Oni jutsu. It's something else. Dai Senju! Madara shouted in fury as the dragon swooned around and then struck Naruto in the chest. Damn it! Naruto gasped in surprise as he felt his chakra and soul being ripped from his body. I win, Fuin! Madara exclaimed as the Kyuubi's Yang Chakra was consumed by Geto Mazo. Geto Rinnegan Tensei no Jutsu, Naruto's spirit whispered as he formed a hand seal. Suddenly and violently his spirit was pulled back into his body and he stood up. Now you're pissing me off. So you've mastered the powers of life and death, huh? It doesn't matter now, hack no Fuin Shiki! Madara exclaimed as the chakra in the statue engulfed his body and began to expand. I won't let you do this! Naruto shouted out and formed a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 2 clones popped into existence at his side and started channeling chakra to his hand. Futon Rinnegan! Naruto called out as he plunged the spinning chakra ball into center eye of the statue. In that moment the mouth of Geto Mazo opened. You fool! What have you done? Madara demanded as the chakra spike retracted. Stopped you from becoming the Jubi Jinchuuriki, Naruto shot back. Suddenly chakra started cascading from the statue. Now what? That's Madara whispered with narrowed eyes as a figure shot out of the statue's mouth with 10 tails. Pitiful little things such as you have no right to wield my power, the Jubi said with a sinister sneer. It shot forward and plunged all 10 of its tails into Madara's chest. You should have known your place, child of my enemy. No, I am your master. I will become a god. No, Madara rasped out as his body slowly burned away. Only a true sage can interface completely and control the Geto Mazo. Naruto looked over at the statue and formed a hand seal. Chakra spike shot out of it and dug into his body, forcing him to grunt in pain. He then gathered as much sage chakra as he could and poured it all directly into his Rinnegan. The Jubi saw this and turned quickly to deal with him. Hold still, mortal! The beast roared as it shot forward. Naruto lifted up his shirt to expose the seal on his stomach and brought down his hand on top of it. Kai! The seal distorted and he formed a hand seal. No! The Jubi shouted in anger as it realized what the blonde was doing. Yura Shisho Fuinjutsu! Naruto exclaimed for symbols shot into the air around him and formed a dome around the two. Fuin! He finished as the Jubi was sucked in and he brought his hand back down on the seal, closing it with the key seal on his hand. Silence. Geto Mazo, Naruto whispered as the chakra was pulled out of his body slowly by the statue until it was all gone. He formed a familiar hand seal and 2 clones appeared at his side, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He held out his hand and said to them, come on guys. We need to destroy all trace of Geto Mazo right now, so well use that jutsu. It was the one jutsu which his father was never able to finish, the true Futon Rinnegan capable of destroying an entire city in an instant. He had never been able to complete it because of the chakra requirements, and neither could Naruto, but that changed when Naruto gained full access to Kyuubi's chakra via the key. Futon Rinnegan Kamikaze. It was over. And so Naruto had become the Naruto Rakudo Sennin. Rain Country Aim Battlefield. Yujito stopped suddenly and snapped her gaze up towards the nearby river. Her eyes widened at the levels of chakra she was sensing and quickly turned towards the rest of Alliance Nins. Everyone get down! She shouted frantically just before the river was engulfed in a massive spinning ball of wind and power. What the fuck is that? Tayuya shouted in surprise as it shredded everything it touched and tried to draw them in. I think that's Naruto. Yujito shouted back over the raging winds. A moment later the ball exploded in a massive blast of wind, knocking them all down and turning the river into a nice and large future lake. After a moment of silence, everyone managed to stand once more, albeit with effort. I have detected Hokage-sama exiting the crater, Kitty, Sai reported. That moron, Yujito said with annoyance to cover her rising fear. Naruto's first glimpse of sunlight came when he exited the cloud of smoke and stepped out onto the scorched battlefield where he had fought the Rikudo pain. He managed to take another 3 steps forward before collapsing from exhaustion only to be caught by his fiancée. Yujito? Naruto asked as she laid him down on the ground. You reckless idiot, the Raikage spoke through gritted out as she started healing his wounds. What the hell were you thinking attacking the Akatsuki's stronghold all alone? Hey, it seemed like a good idea at the time, Naruto chuckled and winced. Yujito just smiled as he fell into unconsciousness. Fire Country Konoha Academy. And so the Akatsuki War came to a close with the unification of the elemental countries. Now does anyone know what happened to Shodai-sama and his wife? Asked the female academy. You? A hand rose up. Yes, Hikari? No one knows, answered Uzumaki Hikari. There have been rumors about where they went, but no one knows for sure where they went. Correct, you nodded in confirmation. When Namake's Yujito stepped down as Raikage, they both disappeared and haven't been seen since. Another student put their hand up. Yes, Usagi? In the textbooks it says that the Rinnegan is the most powerful bloodline in known existence, but only 4 people have ever been recorded to have it. How? I mean, back during the Shinobi Wars no secret was ever kept for long, especially when it was powerful, so how come no one knew about the Rinnegan? Asked Yamanaka Usagi. That is a very good question, but you need to remember anyone who survives a fight with a Rinnegan user is extremely lucky. For instance, no one knew that the Akatsuki leader, Pain, wielded the Rinnegan until the beginning of the Akatsuki War, you stated. Why do we need to learn this? Shouldn't we be learning how to be ninja instead of finding out how many hairs were on the Yondaime Hokage's back? Scoffed Hyuga Ryo. You sent him a disapproving look and responded, learning from mistakes in the past allows you to stop yourself from making the same mistakes. Again Ryo scoffed, whatever. You should remember that the peace we have now is because of the actions of these people, you continued. If things had turned out differently and for example Shodai-sama didn't awaken his Rinnegan, the war could have easily turned out differently and the Kyuubi could have been let loose on the world even to this day. Yeah, well, it's dead now, right? Hikari asked, unsure. That is a question without an answer, you responded. We know for a fact that the Kyuubi's chakra core was sealed with Shodai-sama at the conclusion of the Battle of the Rain, but by all rights the demon should have been released when Shodai-sama died, just like it would have if the Rikudo Sennin had died before sealing it inside the moon. So what happened to it? Usagi asked, blinked in confusion. Perhaps it's better if we didn't know, you mused with a shrug. She then smiled when the bell went off. All right class, that's enough for today, dismissed. They left a moment later and she sighed as she looked out of the window at the 7th face on the monument. What a long day did you have to go through this, Konohamaru-sensei? Excuse me? She turned to see a blonde-haired child, roughly 11 years old, standing in the doorway wearing a black and orange jumpsuit. Yes? You asked. I don't believe I know you, nor have I seen you around school, new student. Yeah, Hokage-sama just approved of my enrollment, but I'm kind of lost, the blonde replied, unsure. Konohamaru-sensei personally allowed you to enroll? Where are your parents? You asked, confused. They're at work, the youth replied vaguely. All right then, what's your name? You asked with a shrug. Namake's Minato, the blonde replied as his eyes glowed gray and took on the pattern of the Rinnegan. The end.